She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Moist.
This position's really good for the glutes.
Oh wow, I just sat down. Thank you so much, Vander, for the raid. Holy shit, I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, let me get my sleep-deprived mug on the screen. Hang on. Hey, thank you so much. If you guys don't know the Vanderforge, the man, the myth, the legend himself, like, go change that. Seriously, one of the most pleasant people you'll meet on the internet. Just period. Just do it right now. Go drop a follow. Come back. Come back. I'm not awake yet, so you got time. I'll wait. But, how you guys doing? How's everyone today? Thank you so much. There's the alert. See, Torg isn't awake either. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm just waking up. That's not my name. I'm Quag. I do a lot of build stuff, and something I've been messing around with a lot as I've been playing Wonderlands is, it's something I did in Borderlands 3 as well. I like defying expectations and kind of, I'm a little bit of a contrarian, but I also try to put my money where my mouth is. So, we spent Saturday stream using only quest reward weapons, and I ended up liking most of those weapons more than most other weapons in the game. So we're just kind of doing more of that today while we farm Chaos Chambers. And yeah. So if you guys are curious about any weird items you're not sure if you can make it work in a build or not, hit me. I love doing that stuff. Hey Holo, how you doing? Let me greet everyone else as well. We got Pico, New Mexibet, Mr. Adblock. Mr. Adblock, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Moist indeed. Thank you. Reckless Monster, Sora, Whirls, Pup T, Sylvdraken, of course Vander. How you doing, brother? Rose is Immortal, good to see you. Tilu, how are you today? Irish, hope you're well. Tribal Grey Force, good to meet you. Good to have you again. Trouble Gray Fox. That's why I didn't recognize it. I was like, hang on, that wasn't a first time chat, but I recognize part of this name. See, this is why I need more coffee. My brain is not yet activated yet. He's not using 100% of his brain yet. I'm like, well, hang on. Something about this is correct and something isn't. I apologize for that. It's good to see you. Sinju, how you doing? Jester, good to see you. Dynaxis, hope you're well. Kind Buds, welcome back. 18 months. Yeah, it's crazy, Mr. Adblock. Time is weird. Time is very weird. Hope it's the same for you. Yeah, it's going okay. I wasn't feeling so great yesterday, but I'm feeling a lot better today. So, can't complain too much. Kevin, you're staring expectantly at me like you're gonna meow. This cat is being extra cat. And he clearly was just in something because he's cleaning himself. What did you get into? Oh, you opened up the food? Whatever, that's fine. You can have food. Quag making it work in the land since 2019. Trying to. Anyway, let's get into this. So this particular build is a Mist Dancer. It's a Stabos Spore Warden. I kind of modeled it to be as much like Flak in Borderlands 3 as possible. Let me move this. Hang on. Okay, I had to move something out of cat range. That might have been into cat range. Whatever. It'll be alright. So, you can see based on equipped weapons, we're just messing around with quest rewards like Heckwaiter, Headcannon, Last Rites, and Pookie's Chew Toy. All fantastic. I'm going to start out with Last Rites. We're going to come out of the gate swinging. Just so you guys know that I am not full of shit when I say quest rewards in this game are strong. Yeah, Kevin. I'm telling them. I'm telling them. Favorite quest reward gun? Mine is the Mistrial so far. By far, the Last Rites. Last Rites is, it's an absolute monster of a gun. It's not fair. This is the Last Rites. This is the Last Rites being, a death machine. Mine's the Heckwaiter. Heckwaiter's great too. The Heckwaiter's very enjoyable. Very burr. Not a lot of SMGs like that in this game, in the traditional burr sense. At least not in the unique department. It's NC35, by the way. Blue gun. And this is a great indication of this this whole dialogue around rarities. Like, people pretend like the color of the item matters over its unique functionality. It doesn't. This is not a new thing to the Lands games. It's just always been this way. If you get a unique, doesn't matter if it's not the orange loot beam. If its unique effect and its stats make it good enough, then you use it, right? Remember how good blue uniques were in BL2? And that wasn't a thing unique to BL2. That's the point I'm making here. Every Lands game has had this. It's always had its off rarity things to go after. Hey Dag, how you doing? Good to see you. Sigbean, hope you're well. Ember, good morning. Oh, of course, but it's funny, everyone has easy access to that. A lot of people don't know the item exists, Tilu, which is funny, because you'll see people who say that there's no content in the game, having not done the content that unlocks this weapon. It's funny. It's real funny. Like, huh. Thonking. Bad spawns on this one. They were very passive. A little bit awkward. Last Rites top 3 shotgun. Only OG has been singing its praises since launch. Hell yeah, Epic. One of the real ones. You know the deal. Last Rites is filthy. This gun is actually just kind of insane. Like, I'm trying to think of it in terms of previous game guns. And it's like if the recursion and the interfacer just kind of did it a lot in several positions and created this. Recursion hate fucked up Brainstormer. Yeah, that works too. And another thing I like about this weapon is it's one you do have to build around, because it's got a pretty low fire rate. You know, it's not the 2 fire rate that the Sword Explosion has, it's an actual 2 fire rate. So getting fire rate in your build is important to actually get it to have a high DPS if you can't just one-shot things. Which this gun can also do. But you need more gear for that. Oh, that was a barrel.
Thought you had me, didn't you? Can't wait to throw some spittle.
Morning, Paul. How you doing? Oh, when you have a moment, could you share your build? Struggling in Chaos 20 or making 35 look so easy? Yeah, absolutely. I will show it at the end of the run. Just ping me again in the chat when I'm in the loot room, and I will go over everything for you. Still laugh when I look at Torg now as one of those changes they made, or just made. It'll definitely go down as one of the changes in history, you know? Just one of the changes. Hashtag buff B shield. When I finally get a volatile last right to without the primordials, so sad am I. It's not too bad to get more last rights, because, you know, read-only farming, lol. I hope they implement a better way of getting, like, an on-level one. Like, again, when it goes up. Buff legendaries, well, if we just buff the manufacturer, less work, right? And it's so weird that they opted for both. Like, I think that blanket manufacturer buffs are just a bad idea in general. But they did a blanket buff and targeted the legendaries that needed help. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you could have just done one. And I'm still optimistic about the ideology of some of these balancing things, because they did tone down the paradigm without killing it. They did buff Clawbringer without giving it the Zane treatment. But then the manufacturer buffs happen, so I'm just like, that's why I'm not using Torg right now. Torg and I are on a break. We're seeing other people. Glad they buffed the Hawkins though. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They buffed the U-gun hawking around. They buffed the U-gun. This gun is so sick. Like, sometimes I just can't handle how fast this thing clears rooms. It's kind of crazy. But headcanon. Headcanon was already sick. It didn't need a buff. The issue with the claw buffs is that they buff the first two tiers. Why? Yeah, that's where the power already was. If I had to unravel the philosophy there, so the biggest thing with Clawbringer is that it has a lot of outlets for damage, right? But it doesn't have much damage formula. So the Dragon Aura buff, despite Dragon Aura already being like one of the better skills in the game, the Dragon Aura buff gives Claw a little more formula. But the problem is it doesn't diversify the formula. So like the 2% more gun damage on Firebolt in combination with that diversifies it a little more as well. So like, I get the intention, but in terms of the impact of that, let's say hypothetically you were a Clawbringer using a paradigm converting melee from your Berserker skill tree, you got nerfed. Like, you lose more damage from that than you gain from the other stuff. So I appreciate the light touch. It's definitely better than, you know, zaning it. But it needs something else. It needs something else. I still think that a good change would be if Radiance or Dedication gave melee and or ability damage. So either one of the ward skills, if they gave melee or ability, Because think about it, Clawbringer action skills scale off of melee and ability. What are the stats that Clawbringer skill tree doesn't give you? Melee and ability. Also, the first hit of Cleansing Flames is non-elemental, so it doesn't get Dragon Aura. What's that shotgun? This is the Last Rites. Looks like this. Quest reward gun. Cannot be enchanted, but it is one of the most powerful guns in the entire game. I definitely agree with the sentiment that this is a top 3 shotgun. Like, this is up there. In mobbing, this can outclear Sword Explosion. In mobbing. Like, it's that good. And in bossing, despite it being a mobbing gun, it still does good single target damage. It's kind of crazy. Hyperion shotguns, here we go again. Listen, CZ, I don't have a problem, you have a problem. And they're Hyperius shotguns this time. What does the red text mean? It's just a reference. Red text effects in this game are usually not indicative of, like... The text is not indicative of the effect. It's just a reference to something. I don't know what it is. I think it's a song lyric. I want to say it's a Disney song. But I don't know. But the effect of this gun is it has splash ricochets. It ricochets both off surfaces and off of enemies. Hey, Snow Spawn. Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate it. It's Hyperius, which means they're better, much like the raid boss. They're referencing Hyperius, the Hyperion engineer. You know, I don't love most of the raid bosses in that game, but Hyperius was a fucking banger. Like, objectively just good design. So I can't really argue. Ignore most of the missed shots. I am bad at video games and also just woke up. The projectiles are kind of slow on this thing. And also, I'm bad. Hey, Mr. Black Guy, how you doing? Hyperius is legally distinct. Loved Rabid Stalker the boss. The Rabid Stalker the boss is, things like that are a great example of, when you design around countering players without balancing the rest of the game. Hey Fleece, good afternoon. How you doing? Have you tried using mission-only gear as well as mission weapons? It's very doable. When I use the Heck Waiter, I use this Elder Wyvern's Ring. So, that's already one slot. And then, on my dot melee build, I use a Shark Lesson Ring. Insight Ring is at least okay. Need to investigate that more. You can use Vorkanar's Cog, because it has guaranteed good stat rolls. It's always fire damage, a double all damage roll, and Clawbringer power. So that's good. Quest reward spells are good, like the Frostburn can be enchanted, and it's a unique sigil. It's the only sigil that can get extra charges, and it's got the Hydras, it's got a Singularity, it's just a good spell, you could put that there. There's lots of good quest reward shields. Revotes is pretty good. Guaranteed double fleet parts, I believe, plus a brimming part. It's just good. And then you've got Steel Gauntlets is a quest reward armor. It's just like a side grade to Diamond Gauntlets, and it's good. So you could do full quest rewards if you wanted to, and there's good quest reward melees. Full quest rewards. Hey Brucey, I tried the Grave Stabbo Contagion build with Blue Cake and it's stupid. Hey, glad it's working out for you. Good to see Blue Cake love. So one mag Barkenstein with the Sword Explosion, I don't get it to be honest. Killed him without his mechanics are a big part of the fight, same as for the other two. It's like your wrestlers want us to enjoy fights. Well, I wouldn't state it in that strong of a term. Prince of War because there's no shot they understood the impact of all of those Sword Explosion changes at once. Like, there's no chance. No chance. Because Sword Explosion was like a 3 to 4 layer change. It was a bug fix, and then 3 separate buffs to the gun. And then the manufacturer buff. So, like, 5. There's no shot they knew what was going to happen with that gun at the ceiling. Sure build? Absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. So, the gun we used all run was the Last Rites. It's a quest reward Hyperius shotgun. This is from the quest 20,000 Years Under the Sea. We've got a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo. This is nice because whenever I go to deliver my Echo, my next 3 shots get buffed, so it's this nice little loop of I occasionally want to weave in my melee for more than just this, but also the stuff in my skill tree. I just really love this combination of hilts on this item, and I don't care about how much damage the melee hit does in this setup, so you get any Amp Echo Twin Soul, whether it's Chaotic, Volatile, Primordial, whatever, it's going to be worth holding on to for a bunch of builds. I use this combination the most out of all the Twin Souls. ASA Elemental for the damage while I'm in From the Shadows. We got 2 Sharksbanes, one's Volatile, one's Chaotic. They just have good shotgun stats, is why I'm using them right now. I would prefer to have shotgun mag size over one of these crit passes. I just haven't gotten there yet. Maybe with the Ring Bunny today. Body Rune, because it's just the best ward in the game. If you guys didn't know, Body Rune and Mind Rune also have the Spirit Rune baked into their effects. And the Spirit Rune has a Omega Cursed bonus element where if you stand still, the Spirit Rune's damage boost kicks in, and it's not a boost, but a bonus element that applies to everything, including dots. So, and normally dots can't get bonus elements. Spirit Rune is just cursed, and Body Rune has it built in on top of just having 2 of the best ward effects in the game. The shield busted. It's kind of nuts. And this enchantment is crazy amounts of damage formula. It's not gun damage, it's not crit damage, it is conditional damage that checks for guns and crits. So this is 2 instances of the same boost separately. You can have one, you can have the other, you can have both. But your health needs to be full. So basically if I shoot a gun and it crits and my health is full, I get about the benefit of the Berserker the Old Ways skill, or if you're not familiar with that, it's half a Cursed Wit. So take the Cursed Wit effect at point blank range, have it, that's this. That's this enchantment. That's why this enchantment's so good. Like, we need to get more people on this. If you feel like you're lacking damage, as long as you have some sort of healing available in your kit, or you can kill things really fast, this enchantment, you want it. Is Selective Amnesia worth going for? It depends. Like CZ said, it depends. The more you boost your damage, the more you boost how much Selective Amnesia hurts you. So it could kill you if you have enough damage, but you can use it for certain utility purposes, you can use it for damage purposes. It's very popular with Red Hellion builds, because those are multiple layers of getting damage from your movement speed stat, whether you're moving fast or not. I use it in a last gasp build to keep my ward broken for the ammo regen without having to play Spell Shot. Selective Amnesia is a good armor, but it's ultimately something you do build around rather than slapping it onto a build. Because if you just slap it onto a build, you're just going to die. A Theurge to reduce From the Shadows downtime. Just get good gun passives. I'm using a Spectral Talon spell just because I like racks. This is not an optimal pick, this is just a I like it pick. And we got a Cape of Tides. In terms of class combo here, having it be Stablos War is nice, because 2 points in Windrunner means more fire rate and movement speed. And I talked a bit earlier about how beneficial fire rate is on Last Rites. In terms of other class combos I could go here, I'm not sure. Like, getting whichever combination gets Exploit Their Weakness would be good for single target. Getting more Wrath of Nature would be good for multi-target. Stab Power is nice for extra From the Shadows duration. I'm really undecided on if I want an upgrade over this armor. because it's got good passes on the bottom, gun damage and area damage. The skill rolls aren't perfect, but this is an armor I don't see myself replacing for a while. And yeah, as for the skill tree, this is primarily Spore Warden stuff. So we cap out Spore Warden tree, play the angles, which is made more consistent by Stabomancers from the shadows. We got Wrath of Nature to make doubly sure that ricochets kill things. Headhunter rewards us aiming at actual crit spots. Quiver of Holding is one of the 2 sources of ammo regen in the entire game. Windrunner is a large amount of fire rate and movement speed. Pet Revive is nice for emergencies. And then ultimately from Stabo Tree, we're mostly just here for From the Shadows, full disclosure. Stabomancer Tree isn't good unless you're doing Contagion stuff, Executioner's Blade stuff, or melee stuff, and we're doing none of those things, so it's pretty much just, hey, we have points and we want From the Shadows. Like, this skill tree is kind of bad, but it's interesting because it's so hard carried by one of the best action skills they've ever made. What's the actual number of damage increase? I don't know if we have the precise value on Selective Amnesia yet. CZ might have that. But basically, it takes, if I remember correctly, anything faster than walking, it takes that movement speed and applies it as global damage. It's 1-to-1? Okay, it is 1-to-1. Yeah, so 1-to-1 move speed into damage, as long as it's faster than walking. And the unique thing about the Selective Amnesia is it's not like this Swift Death skill. Swift Death checks for how fast you are currently moving. Amnesia looks at how fast you can move. So if you were to, say, turn on a 20% movement speed buff and stand still, Amnesia still goes up because you can move faster. That's part of the appeal. Can't see because of bad resolution connection, which enchant we're talking about. The one that gives the vibing prefix. That was, while health is full, gain 25% gun damage, 25% crit damage. It's neither of those things. 1-to-1, meaning that 1% move speed over walking is 1% all damage. Correct, Zippers, exactly that. Yo, Whirls, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here's to 3, thanks for all you do. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sword Explosion had the best bar crawl of its life last Thursday. Really do be like that. Amnesia looking at your max speed regardless of movement is huge. Yeah. But the thing is, you still probably want to move with an Amnesia, because if it's on, and you have a big bonus from it, and you're not moving, it's gonna kill you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Here's to 3. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate it, Worlds. Thank you. Is Amnesia spawning that fire puddle and inflicting a fire dot on you? The fire dot itself isn't gonna kill you that fast, but if you stand in the puddle, that's gonna kill you. Because the damage that the Amnesia gives boosts the damage that the Amnesia does. But it says critical hits deal reduced damage, minus 25% crit damage to mean each hit. So it's less complex than it makes itself out to be, ACR. Basically what From the Shadows does is it gives you a 25% damage penalty to everything while it's on. It just so happens that everything crits, because that's the other thing it does. Except for the things that are specifically not allowed to crit, that being Spore Fuse Enchant, Blast Chill, Blast Gasp. I don't know of anything else that can't crit. But yeah, it's just a 25% damage penalty. Just damage, not crit, just damage. I want to use these elemental blasts, but I can't bring myself to. I'll pick it up so I remember. How do you feel about Smart Armor for this kind of build? Smart Armor is bad. Crit is 200%. Crit is 1.5 in this game. Instead of, in previous Lands games, it was ×2, it's ×1.5 in this game. Probably because we have more access to it. Kind of a scuffed haul, gotta be honest. Bunny's not being kind today. Oh, never mind. That's a 2 mag times 18 body rocker. Okay, I spoke way too soon. I'll take it. I will take that. Cool. Why is Smart Armor bad? Because it is additive with strength, with joint training, with sneak attack, all of that stuff. So, Smart Armor, do I have one on me to show? Okay, here we go. Smart Armor reduces your crit chance by 50, increases your crit damage by 50. So you can think of this as minus 45 dexterity, and then plus whatever strength. So think of it as minus dex plus strength at the cost of your armor slot. So it's got a pro and a con. But the value of that strength increase is not great in comparison to other things. So I don't know if you can see right now, but it says strength 52.5% crit damage from my strength at the moment. This is Village Idiot with all shrines and everything. Smart Armor going in that category. You know what else goes in that category? This sneak attack skill, which is why it's bad, but this shotgun crit damage boost we have on this ring. This shotgun crit damage boost we have on this ring. If I was running a joint training amulet, that would go in there too. It's just a very easy to stack damage category, so the boost and damage you get from Smart Armor is minimal, and then the penalty comes in where your crit consistency just goes. Now, in From the Shadows, that's not going to matter, but I could just run something that boosts my damage in a more unique way without the downside. For example, a Cape of Tides, getting soaked, that's just a 50% mult you otherwise don't have access to, with no downside, except for my fire damage going down. It's post-ad crit chance removal, right? It's just flat 50. I don't know if it's post-ad or not, but either way, it's, the crit damage is just normal crit damage. The chance, I don't know if it's post-ad or not. CZ might have that info. But armors I'd recommend over Smart Armor, a Cape of Tides, a Claw Armor would be really good as well, because Claw Armors, do I have one on me right now? I don't think I do. The ones that convert pets into different elements, the debuff provided by that is a unique multiplier as well. So that's a 20%, just new available mult. Amalgams, just more stats. Do I have a cat available for petting? I do not have a cat in the vicinity. No way it's post-ad, go in the negatives otherwise? Yeah, I think it's just a regular old minus dex, effectively. How much fire damage you lose with Tides? So, you get a 50% increase to Frost and Lightning, and you get a 50% decrease to Fire. So it just halves it.
Some spells.
Thinking 50% or total? Yeah. It'd be a lot different if Smart Armor's stuff was unique. So for example, Clawbringer's Awe skill, the crit damage granted by that is in the Shrine category, which makes it a lot more desirable than the crit damage from Smart Armor. And the crit chance for Awe famously used to be post-ad. It's not any longer, but with the crit chance from Awe getting buffed, it is now, fun fact, a better crit chance boost than the Stabomancer class feat. You need, like, primordial Stabo power on armor and amulet for it to beat out Awe and crit chance, which is funny. Stabo class feat actually bad. And you can think of Smart Armor outside of From the Shadows as nullifying your Stabbo class feat. So, yeah, doubly bad. Please don't say that I'm scared they'll come for Awe again. Shit, I should probably keep that one quiet. You try to do something with the Equest Shield that amps your damage 150% gun damage is cold. Deuce's Visage? Yeah, Deuce's Visage is pretty good. The main problem with it is that, so most items that can't be enchanted, you're not losing much because gun enchantment slot is ultimately not very impactful. Like, this is the enchantment of choice I'm using on this build. Reloading during From the Shadows extends the duration by 2 seconds. Effect is diminishing returns. So ultimately you get up to about 6 seconds if you spam reloads from that enchant, which is nice considering base From the Shadows is 8. But then we have class power, we have potentially duration rules on rings. So it's a drop in the bucket really, and it doesn't increase our damage, but our access to damage. So losing that doesn't mean much. And in terms of gun-specific enchantments, unless you're doing, say, Spore Fuse on Spore Warden, none of them are too impactful or unique, because you can just get the same kinds of boosts elsewhere. Like, we get ASA Elemental on here, we get Action Skill Start, all damage over here. But the thing about the ward slot is there's a bunch of enchantments in the ward slot that are really impactful and unique that you can't get elsewhere. So if you're using a ward that can't be enchanted, you're suddenly losing a lot more than you would by using a gun that can't be enchanted. So Deuces can't be enchanted, so you can't get this enchantment. And this enchantment is literally more damage than a Clawbringer skill tree, or a Stabbomancer skill tree. So, yeah.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Never see that enchant either. Enchantments are... they have their individual weights, so some are more likely to roll than others. Yeah, it can be very difficult to get specific ones. And that one is a ward exclusive one, so yeah. Stabbo's feat is so bad, I don't get how it is what it is. It's kind of tragic. I'd see Smart Armor being good in certain situations, like against Gloop. But the thing with that Reckless Monster is, it's not so much good as the downside is nullified. That doesn't make it suddenly good, because guess what else is good against Gloop? Cape of Tides. Which is more impactful than the Smart Armor boost. Like, I suppose what I'm getting at here is buff Smart Armor. Genuinely, I'm saying Smart Armor should be buffed. Because it's currently just kind of like... And think about how difficult it is to get specific rolls on armors. That's a Sawmill Spore Fuse. Like, let's say you get really good stats on an armor with the skill combo you're looking for, and then it's a Smart Armor. So it's an armor with a minimal legendary effect that is nerfing you more than it's helping you. I'd be pissed. Doesn't Smart Armor also straight up break from the shadows? Yeah, there's a weird bug that I've seen reported where you can shoot a hand bow, for example, in From the Shadows with a Smart Armor on, and it won't crit. Which is like, Or Deathless. You can nullify a Deathless if you're a Berserker. If you take Unarmored Defense, Deathless doesn't have downsides. So there's a way out there. And since Berserker's a good skill tree and Unarmored Defense is a good skill, you still get some use out of it. But Smart Armor is a hell of a lot more difficult to nullify.
Logic.
The Spore Warden, you can nullify it though? What do you mean? What are you referring to, Tila? %50% crit chance on the tree. Are you referring to putting 5 points here? So the thing with putting 5 points in Bullseye is you are now putting 5 points in Bullseye. You are losing 5 skill points to turn off the downside of your armor for just your guns. This will not turn off the downside for your dots, your action skill, your just your guns and companions will be canceled out here. And 5 points in Bullseye is just dead skill points compared to other things you could do. Like, you got ability damage here, which is just better because it boosts play the angles, and this is the only ability damage boost in any skill tree. The only one that exists. Otherwise, you're looking at myth rank or gear passives for that. So like, this tier is better than Bullseye. This is better than Bullseye. This tier is better than Bullseye. So basically, the 4 points I have in Bounty of the Hunt, yeah, they could go over to Bullseye if I was using a smart armor, but I wouldn't want to. It's not a good skill. So, taking a bad skill to cancel out the effect of your bad armor, I don't personally like that. Didn't say it was a good choice? That's fair. You didn't. You didn't. I'm just explaining why I don't think it's a good choice. Going for the rack spell to mimic flag gameplay was fully intentional? Yes. Yes, it was. That's the only reason I'm using it. Live in New England? I do. I do. Well, Bullseye still, though. It's, Bullseye is one of the examples of how skill trees are going to be obsolete in this game after another Chaos Cap increase. Like, Bullseye at 5 points is 50% gun and companion crit chance. A single passive of gun crit chance on armor at Primordial is 50%. It is exactly 50%. So, 5 skill points for 1 gear passive. Once we get Ascended, 1 passive trumps your 5 skill points. So at that point, like, how valuable is that skill?
I'm getting the hang of this kidding.
Bullseye won't cancel out smart armor. For guns, it's an inverse boost to the downgrade. So for guns, it's effectively neutral, but it's still not good, and it doesn't remove the impact on your other stuff. Yo, Rabbit. No curse message today. Drink some water. Have a good day. Hey, thanks, Rabbit, for the 21 months with a 1-year streak. I appreciate you. Thank you. How do you think they should go about not making skill points obsolete? That's a difficult question, Chester. It's a difficult question. So, you guys know I'm a proponent of keeping player power reasonable.
Hi, no cursed message today. Drink some water, Quag MR Rab 1 sip. Have a good day, less than 3.
Wouldn't cancel it, by the way. Crit chance to scale simple in the armor. Oh, crit chance to scale simple in the armor, so it would do even less than I thought. Yeah, so Bullseye wouldn't even do that. I was being overly optimistic on Bullseye. Yeah, don't try to take Bullseye to cancel out smart armor. It won't even do it. Thank you for the correction. But thank you again, Rabbit. I appreciate it. So I'm a big proponent of keeping player power in check and being hesitant to just buff things in general. But I don't see a way to make skill trees feel relevant in this game. At least not the damage boosting skills in the trees, without buffing them. Or maybe changing the functionality of class power to do more in that department, adding more things to class power in general. Because currently, class power for Spore Warden is a total meme. Blizzard sucks, so improving your class power to improve it doesn't really do anything. Play the Angles is bugged and not benefiting from class power. And the impact on Barrage that it has, considering Barrage will kill basic enemies without it and won't kill bosses with it, it's minimal. So Spore Warden power is just kind of a meme, because it's just make your Mushroom tankier. Mushroom's not really going to kill things, it's make Mushroom tankier. Adding more things to Spore power, for example, if Bullseye scaled up with Spore power, that'd make it a little more desirable. Just a random idea. If Affinity scaled up with Spore power, that would be pretty good too. Spore Warden would become the ability damage character instead of just being the only character that has ability damage. There is a distinction. But ultimately, the more power we get from Chaos Cap increases, the bigger these get, the bigger these get. And then there's also the elephant in the room of Myth Rank, which I've put a self-imposed cap of 480, 20 in each of the uncapped nodes, and then that's it. The bigger all those things get, the less valuable skill trees get. And there's already low-value skills like Arsenal in the Stabomancer tree. 3% per point is a joke. It's a bad joke. So, like, that just gets more and more minor as you get more and more powerful. Some sort of way to scale these up with the other things that are scaling, because class power will increase with Chaos Tears. It goes up here, goes up here. Spore class armor is only good for its plus Wrath Done. Spore armor is good for its plus to skills. Just any Spore skill you might need, whether it's plus to Wrath, plus to Windrunner. I'm using a Windrunner one right now. But boosting Spore power for boosting your damage output, not really worth unless you're really trying to make a Barrage build. Then you probably want one source. It's also a better alternative than MAM scaling specific damage sources. Right, you still have to gear into it if it scales off class power. Big Wrath of Nature scales Spore power. I mean, what if I told you Wrath of Nature isn't even that good? Because, like, take this build for example. I literally cannot trigger Wrath of Nature if there's only one target in the room. And if there's more than one target, doesn't matter how powerful it is, enemy's just gonna die. Like, I'm not really getting Wrath of Nature here unless I get lucky and an ad gets ricocheted too. Which didn't happen. Dog, save me. As a Spore Warden Burr, I need Bullseye to gun on the tree since Bounty Hunt is useless with a +1 Barrage shield. Yeah, that puts you in a position where you gotta take a dead skill to progress down the tree. And that's never a thing that feels good. I prefer if skill trees didn't work like that. Really, Bunny? You're gonna start with it shining at my face? That's toxic. Any penetrating guns in this game? Lots. Magic barrel shotguns. In general. Not just the crossblade. All of them do it. I need to get closer. I prefer Bullseye also to proc a bit more play the angles for the difference it makes. Very minor difference, if we're being honest. Both Wrath of Nature, so it's the same as Contagion. The same as Contagion being requiring a large amount of gear and RNG to work. People really overstate Contagion. Like, I have a Contagion build that I run as well, and it's great. But you know what Contagion requires? Really good chains of RNG. And a gear threshold you have to clear for it to do the thing. You need to hit a certain breakpoint of status effect damage, then you need a lot of instances of damage, and then you need really good RNG. Contagion's not this thing to, like, compare other things to. It's like balancing around Minesweeper chains for Moze in Borderlands 3. You can't, because it's RNG. In theory, it's the hardest hitting thing in the game. In theory. Crossblade isn't a bullet as such, so it doesn't play the angles right? Correct. Just make Wrath do weird stuff on single targets, like finally get my Eraser Boar hybrid. How about no? I prefer that. Dead points is the reason I didn't bother with Gauge and BL2. Whenever I picked on my tree, only 3 skills did anything. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Krieg speed kills on Hatterax used 7 skill points, because that's all that helped you. Sometimes it just decides to not chain. Yeah, RNG. How you doing, Urban Mech? Volatile Hawken. I think that's the same value as the one I have. Where's my Hawken? Where's mine? Where is it? Oh, there it is. No, that's an upgrade. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So I didn't need any skill points. I mean, yeah. But the skill trees were better in that game, in terms of more impactful on what your build could do. ×3 volatile sword explosion. I already have this exact roll though, I'm pretty sure. Alright, I wanted to keep that sawmill, but I can't justify it. Goblin repellent kind of sucks, so I'm dropping that too. Yeah, I have that exact roll. You know if the additional ricochet play the angles needs a crit hit to work? You're asking if play the angles needs to crit to do play the angles again? I don't think so. I think it's just, you know, if you get play the angles, you have a 15% chance for it to just also ricochet again, outside of crits. Perceiver do anything done with play the angles, or the extra crit's not counted? Perceiver doesn't actually crit twice. Which is why when Perceiver was being scienced out by some questionable sources, I said, hey, that source is questionable, because that's not actually how it works. Perceiver has an effect that looks at your crit chance and simulates a crit in terms of damage calculation, but it's not actually a double crit, so no. Throwable hole is decent, by the way. Not fantastic, but decent. Let's do a... You guys want a Pookie's run or a Heckwaiter run next? You tell me. Throwable hole seems like worse gluttony. It's gluttony that doesn't hurt you. In terms of usage, yeah, gluttony's better. Hey Trey, how you doing? Look at that almost awesome skill in Spore Warden. ADS, you get more damage and damage reduction. Could be looked into. The thing is, it's how often are you gonna ADS for more than like 2 seconds, Mr. Black Guy? Like, it stacks up to 10, and at 10, sure, that's a decent amount of damage. It's what, 18% per point at max stacks? So at max investment, like, that's not a bad amount of gun damage. But how often are you going to ADS for 10 seconds? You know what you can't do while ADSing? You can't move quickly. You can't mantle. You can't cast spells. You can't use your action skill. And most enchantments last like 5 seconds. Some of them last up to 10. But you're locking yourself out of similar but better damage boosts by getting the full benefit of this. And it's not even a unique damage boost. It's the same stat as this. So, like... yeah. If that was condensed to, say, 3 seconds, it'd have a lot more value. But even with 3 seconds, like, you can't cast spells while ADS. This is what happens when you try to cast a spell while ADS. It just pulls you out.
The storm takes flight.
Heckwaiter? Alright, overwhelmingly Heckwaiter. We can do that.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Stay scoped in with Antique Grape over 10 seconds to min-max your one-shot. Unfortunately, that would not be min-max because you would have none of the enchantments active that boost your damage more, because those are either 10 seconds or 5 seconds. So, yeah. If you were min-maxing one-shot, you still wouldn't do Called Shot. You just gun so much while leveling. It's a fun one. It's very bullet hosey, and it's very satisfying. Ow, I didn't stray fast enough for that. That was a genuine skill issue. If I play the Anglestone to testing with how it interacts with Black Powder, they surprisingly play pretty well together. If on a crit play the Angles procs, you end up with 2 projectiles, 1 Black Powder, another play the Angle Ricochet. Yeah, I was aware of that. But yeah, thank you for spreading the news about that, CZ. Yeah, it's not like Indiscriminate where they don't play well together. Play the Angles with Black Powder is just like real good. Real good.
Fine. Good fight. Elemental Eagle.
Game, you okay? My game hung up hard there. Ooh. Black Powder? The manufacturer. Black Powder? Sleeping Giant to reload into fire rate. Yeah, that was some real good burr in that game. Maybe like when he showed it. Thanks, kind of new to the Borderlands universe and love it. I'm glad you're liking it, Tilo. I'm glad you're liking it. There's lots of stuff to enjoy in this game, and I'm glad to see some positivity around the things that this game does very well. It's very easy to get sucked into the inherently negative nature of a lot of the people who talk about these games. But I like that around here we do have people who enjoy the good instead of just endlessly whining about the less than good. I was having a conversation yesterday about this. I don't like how much the negative people tend to represent us, so let's bring a little more positivity to this. Same for any game community? Yeah, it absolutely is, but it's notable because for the Borderlands community, there's some people who were just the worst. And it's kind of just been getting worse. Which gun are you currently using? Love Wonderlands? Hey, I'm glad you love it, Tyrannosaur. This is the Heck Waiter. This is a quest reward gun. Twitch chat exploded. You see my message? Which message, sorry? New to the game, is there any difference between loot from Chaos 4 and Chaos 35 besides volatile, etc.? No. Completely the same, Trey. If you get a chaotic on Chaos 4 and a chaotic on Chaos 35, same item. No difference. Feel weird if I don't watch you now, but you guys can watch whoever you want. I appreciate that you want to watch me. Like, I'm not saying not to watch anyone else. I'm just commenting on the nature of the community. Like, I was talking to Epic about this yesterday. There's like this weird phenomenon where over time, just the kind of less reasonable people have become more and more what people think the Borderlands community kind of is like. You know, like, at the end of the day, a lot of us disagree on which thing is our favorite and stuff, but ultimately we're able to just kind of agree to disagree and have good conversations about it. And then there's a bunch of people out there who are just, I don't know whether they're doing it to farm Twitter engagement, they're just kind of being assholes. How long did it take to get a Primordial on all these quest items? Read-only farmed, so not very long. In terms of getting these without read-only farming, that'd take you a long time. I'd recommend you just trade for them, honestly. Go watch K6 later, nerds. Take it easy, Mahoney. Hope you have a good one. I'm not talking about K6, by the way, in case anyone thinks I'm doing that. I'm not. Just to spell that one out there. It's not who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about K6, I'm not talking about Jolts, I'm not talking about anyone you guys know. Because the thing with all those guys is they're in the category of, you know, like, they've got opinions and stuff that I don't always agree with, but at the end of the day, they're decent people who, you know, just are passionate about a thing and they can have good conversations about this stuff. I'm not talking about anyone who has a content footprint you guys would understand. It's more of the washed up wannabes category. You know, like, the kind of person who... You guys know that meme of the guy who sticks a stick in the wheel of his bike in the spokes and then blames someone else? You know, I'm talking about content creators who that is their entire personality. I just don't want those people representing us as a community because we're better than that. Disagreements aren't bad, can create healthy discussion. Absolutely. Hey, loading screen boss. I rarely see anyone running Polymorph. It's just subpar to compare to other skills. No, it's not subpar at all. Polymorph's actually great. The thing with Polymorph is that it's on Spellshot, who just has so many good things. Like, Spellshot is so ridiculously good that Polymorph is just overshadowed. It's not bad at all. It's really good. In fact, Polymorph is more potential spells than Ambihextrous is. But the thing is, in a lot of situations, Spellshot does so much damage, you don't need to cast that many spells. And Ambihextrous is just kind of badass. People like having spells in each hand. Polymorph's a great action skill. Beat Drill on 17 with Buffmeister in my washed up? No. The fact that you beat Drill on 17 at all is puts you ahead of most of the player base. Remember, most people are still climbing chaos levels. And I'm not one to gatekeep progression. Like, whether or not I like a particular method of progression doesn't change the fact that you did it. English equals hard? It does. Ambihextrous also adds extra enchanted item. Yeah, and that's a nice trade-off for you having to be a little more selective with your enchantments. Like, you have no access to action skill related enchantments at all with Ambihextrous. So it can be a little difficult to get some value in some situations. But as long as you're able to roll all those spell enchantments, it can be a nice little boost. I need to stop meleeing when I'm just out of lunge range. Did it 4 times. Oh, I walked into the cannons. Skill issue. Actually bad. Fire and Bone, by the way. Yeah. Good to know. I guess I'm in the minority and just stayed away from Spellshot because I don't want to use Ambihextrous. If you want to try out a Polymorph, it's a very enjoyable action skill. If you enjoyed Phase Lock or Phase Grasp, it feels very much like that in gameplay, except it's also spamming out a ton of free spells for you. And it has the unique aspect of a polymorphed enemy becomes, not only are they passive, they don't attack you anymore. They become a flesh bar, a flesh health bar. So let's say there's an enemy with a troublesome elemental matchup you can't quite cover, but you got a really good fire gun, like say this Heckwaiter, polymorph an enemy, then you get the fire and flesh bonus. And also, it can take enemies out of immune phases, such as if you got a cursed crab that's deciding to be immune, just polymorph it. Still haven't hit C35 myself as I keep starting new playthroughs, trying new builds. Highest I've got so far is C26. That's still higher than most, please. Good job. Take things at your own pace. You don't need to like rush to a chaos cap or anything. Remember, most people were not at 20 when they increased to 35. So, take it at your own pace. But can we go to the park and gather cool-looking rock? Yes, yes we can. Wait for the Gearbox Nerf Hammer to come down in that class soon. Hopefully. Hopefully. We talked a bit earlier about how underwhelming Stabomancer class feat is. And then you have the inverse problem on Spellshot with Spellweaving being far and away the most busted tier class feat. Like, maybe a little more moderation. Still doing the story, I'm just exploring and trying to get as many loot die as I can. Yeah, that's a good way of doing things. Definitely take it at your own pace. Like, it's not a race, There will be some people who will just do all the content, everything they can, like 100% the game, as fast as possible, and then they feel like they don't have much left to do. You don't have to be one of those people. Personally, there's side quests I still haven't even done. I have over 25 days played in this game. There's side quests I still haven't done, because I just spend most of my time doing the Chaos Chamber. Like, I just enjoy this. So, nice enchantment. It leaves me stuff to go back to. I almost started a playthrough with Stream today. I just decided against it at the last second. Another times 18 body rock. I've been getting a bunch of those. None of them elemental, so sad, but... Xbox, only 7% of players have reached D20. There you go. It was 10% on PS5 as of the patch. That increased it to 35. Do Pookie's run now. Let's do a run with Pookies. What a farm for today. Still trying to get good sword explosions. Also body rockers. Also, I kind of want a primordial divergent before I write off the gun. It's just not my taste. So shotgun bunny for the most part. Probably will do a couple more runs of shotgun bunny before I start trying to get better Sharksbane for various builds. Trying to make a gun clawbringer setup work is very doable. It's just a lot more gear dependent than other classes. So I need better Sharksbanes for some concepts I'm working through. How's the weapon in slot 4 feel? This one, Pookie's Chew Toy, really good. If you like the Maggie in Borderlands 2 or 3, feels exactly like a Maggie, except with an even bigger mag. And also, it's got an ammo refund mechanic on crit. So, it's like a Maggie with a lot more ammo. Love the Maggie, this gun is for you. It feels a lot like the Maggie. I'm biased, I've always been Jacob's man. Yeah, it's just... Jacob's black powder weapons just feel good to shoot. They're so satisfying, and the manufacturer gimmick they added in Borderlands 3 of the ricochets just kind of enhanced that. They just feel good to use. A nice sound feedback. Something about trigger spam is very gratifying. And because of the black powder ricochets, black powder Jacob's ricochets, they're also very good mobbing weapons. Tend to have good projectile counts. Like, they're just solid, very dependable. I always feel bad for your poor clicking finger whenever you use Pookies. It's not so bad. Hey, Pickle Johnny, how you doing? Oh, Barrow got me.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. Go for the eyes.
Doing good. Hope everyone's happy on this Monday. Just got a new job. Let's go. Congrats. Hype indeed. Remember a while ago you mentioned you might start a Clawgrave build. Have you tried it yet, or is it still on the to-do list? It's something I'm working on in the background, please. I've tried it a bit. It's just, like, it's gear dependent. So the thing with Clawgrave is you don't have too much formula. Grave provides some good all damage boost. Claw's got you with the elemental stuff, but you don't have any gun damage except for, sorry, 10% firebolt. You don't have any ability damage, you don't have any area damage, you don't have any melee damage. So it's a lot of, like, you need a lot of damage from gear in that multi-class combo, a lot. And then it's a matter of, even after I've gotten that damage, I want to feel like I'm justified in picking that class combo. I want them to have something they're bringing to the table, each of the classes, rather than doing something like, you know, just slapping Spell Shot on a class for the damage, and then just, hey, look, this is the only way you can make Cleansing Flames good. You know, because Cleansing Flames sucks. I want to build around strong aspects of a class and enhance them with another class, kind of organically.
Fine. Good fight.
I've got ideas, and some of it's panning out. It's just I need more specific gear, which is what Chaos Chamber is good for. Just getting unspecified, hey, I need gear. Something looks like heaven is a lot of fun. Make it work, Deadshot poly build.
I've got all the magic I need.
It's pretty straightforward. You make the same choices as you do for Ambihextrous loading screen boss, except you also get access to better enchantments. You basically trade that second spell for a better formula from enchantments. You can start using, you know, action skill start. 20 seconds, 20% all damage is a really good one. And you also have the option of using Polymorph to kind of cheese mobbing situations. So you could run a weapon like, let's say, the Heckwaiter that shoots out a lot of projectiles per second, but doesn't have the fastest time to kill on its own. Now, you can still make this kill very quickly, but humor me. You could use a weapon that hits a lot of times for low damage on a polymorph target to spam a spell at just all the enemies on the map. So let's say you ran a Quaking Sunder. You could keep shooting your Skeep to keep spawning Quaking Sunders, which seek out enemies on the map through walls. Basically, you just turn one enemy into a turret for you. So you typically shoot your gun a little bit more on a polymorph build than a Ambihextrous build. But if you like that, then it works out well. Feels a lot like a Siren gameplay, honestly. Which armors only drop for the trees you're currently using? Yes and no. Like, if you're trying to get gear for a setup before you try it, then it's nice to be able to farm for it on a separate class. Hand buff, nice. Like using one character to gear for multiple others, right? Like this character right now is kind of my main. I'm just using it to gear out a bunch of other things. it'd be annoying if I had to give up one of my classes here to continue to farm for other builds on this one. Best we have a bunny dedicated to your class and one for other class. That sounds like a lot of development that they wouldn't really be willing to do, but it would help, yeah. Oh yeah, that was the ammo refund on Pookie's going burr for a while there. I saw how many I got off without reloading. Choose your loot spec like in WoW? I don't know how it works in WoW. My only experience with WoW was I played for a month or two during Legion. That's my only experience. I want to say I've really enjoyed the overwhelming wholesomeness and positivity coming from the stream. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I try to make a good environment, like very community-based while still doing cool gameplay and being informative, and a little bit of everything. I appreciate that. You know, it helps to know I'm on the right track. Every good armor I've gotten has been for Clawbringer. That's arguably a good thing, Pragmatic, because Clawbringer is the one that kind of needs gear the most. Because Sabomancer arguably is weaker, but has From the Shadows and Contagion tech, which is just kind of like build-defining stuff. Clawbringer doesn't really have anything that build-defining, so it needs to make up for that with more gear. Take your mouse wheel, your left click, and roll the mouse wheel to shoot fast. That is a thing people do, yeah. Smart armor get fixed? It did. It did. It no longer bugs out. It's still not very good, but it no longer bugs out. There's an option to receive loot for different spec than the currently active one. For instance, use a spec more suited to questing, but receive loot for healing spec. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get what you mean. I think that's more suited to Trinity mechanics, DPS healer tank type games than this, where in this kind of game everyone's a DPS. It's kind of more difficult, but I get what you mean, and I think there's some potential there. This armor's trying. What's that rings? Play controller on PC, still gotta teach myself to play a keyboard and mouse. You could. You don't really have to. There's advantages to each control scheme. In games like this, having the snap aim from controller is pretty nice. And there's not as much movement tech in this game. So like, there's no rocket jumping, for example, that we've found so far. And rocket jumping is one of those things in Borderlands 3. It was a lot easier on mouse and keyboard. Ever use purple armor as so good you ward over legendary? Often, yes. In terms of how I decide what armors I wear, I go in this order. Passives first, then skills, then armor effect. So if I have a legendary with a good armor effect, but the passives and skills aren't good, then I'll use a purple with better stuff over that. Because remember, the worst a purple armor effect will do for you is nothing, compared to Smart Armor, which can nerf you, Claw, which situationally nerfs you, Cape of Tides, which situationally nerfs you, etc. I'm after comms with 3 points in Double Knot, Magic Bullets and Wrath of Nature, any others should be on the lookout for. There's lots of good skills. Comms with 3 points and Exploit Their Weakness are pretty good, Kirk. Ones with 3 points in Contagion are pretty good. I like Clawbringer Berserker Armor can roll Blast Chill, an extra point in Blast Chill. That's pretty impactful. Yeah, those are other ones to keep an eye out for. Yeah, Urban Mech.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Eagle Quack.
Fondue, Moist, Plethora, Skeep, Onomatopoeia, Octopus, Moose, Spider-Man. I just wanted to hear text-to-speech say all those words.
It was enjoyable. Thank you for using your Prime for that, Urban Mech. And thank you for using it to support me as well. The 18 months means a lot. Thank you so much. Oh, accidental action skill press. Ooh, Steel Gauntlets. I mentioned this earlier. This is a quest reward armor. I've been looking out for good ones of these. Now, Spellshock Graveborn is not my favorite multi-class combo for these. And the passes are kind of meh as well. But, like, this has some potential. The way this differs from Diamond Gauntlets is it's half the value. So instead of 50% increased crit chance, dark magic efficiency, and one element, it's 25%. But instead of one element, it's all the elements. So this could be really good. I'm going to buy this just so I remember it exists. And also, I'm going to go to the bathroom. You guys can stare at Pookies while I do that, okay? BRB, 1 second. I'm back. What's fondue? It's melted cheese. Let's see. Headcanon run? Let's do a headcanon run. We like the headcanon. Yeah, use that one.
Come on, have some fun.
Nice, Sora.
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Any good launchers yet? The Twisted Delusion is a very powerful debuffing tool. It allows you to apply the Soak debuff without having to use your spell slot for a Tidebreaker or your armor slot for Cape of Tides. The Blue Cake is very powerful. You just need to practice the range aspect of that. It's tough to master the split range on that, but the Blue Cake is good. Cannonballer does very good damage, but it's very awkward to deliver set damage. Like, the projectile shoots out at a weird angle, and it's very prone to kill you as well. Cannonballer's awkward, but the damage is there. And then Torg sticky launchers are also good. And they got even better with the Torg manufacturer buff. So yeah, there's good launchers. I think the important thing is there's fewer launchers. It's not that they're not good, it's that there's not very many of them. I was impressed with text-to-speech. I'll have to try more weird words next month. Sounds good. Wish we had a way to target farm like in Godfall with quests. Like we do daily quests to acquire something. God, wasn't the greatest role. Yeah, the Godfall quest system would be so nice in this game. Just any lands game. The Godfall quest system was basically BL3 vault card chests, except you chose what was in the chest before you got it. Basically. You could choose a copy of anything you have in your inventory to be like, hey, give me a new roll of this item. And that's how that reward system worked. It's so good. Did someone say Godfall? It's Stone Spawn. How you doing? Was not the Torg manufacturer buff just for shotgun? So the wording suggested on the notes that it was just shotgun, but once we got in game and looked, every single Torg weapon got the buff. All of them. All of them. Except for the Ragnarok, I suppose. That's technically a Torg weapon. I feel like they worded it very strangely, like they knew what they were doing. It was under the shotgun section. I don't know why it was under the shotgun section. Well, I don't know why it happened at all, but like, I don't know why it was under the shotgun section. Seems like there's some sort of mistake. Soccer chick, how you doing? Good to see you. From the Shadows headcanon looks fun, but thinking about trying it, definitely going to now. Yeah, Cub, it's a good time. It's a good time for sure. Corrupted Plate Mail helps a lot. It lets you get 2 explosions per shot instead of 1, and I'm using Play the Angles, which helps it mobbing. But you can, like, you don't need all those things. Those are just things helping out this gun in particular. Didn't proc play the angles, thought it didn't. I've seen it. Let's try and find it for you. Yep, there it was right there. You catch that one? Probably should have waited for my action skill. Get on the next cycle. Where do you even go? Oh, you go here? Cool. Guess what proc the ability? Yeah, it's just like the projectile itself, not the ability.
The storm takes flight. Proper cowards to kill. Now that's more like it.
Hey, Yookoommers, how you doing? I love this gun. I need to try more quest rewards out. Other than the 4 I have equipped right now. And the Goblin Repellent. And the Mistrial. I've tried all those on this. Mistrial and Goblin Repellent felt like meh. Cannonballer. Yeah, look at that. Chaotic Cannonballer. Over 5k damage. Over 3.6k dot. Like, that's good. It's just the damage application of that thing that makes it a little awkward. Gun reminds me of the gun of Saz in Final Fantasy 13. I'm not familiar. A lot of fun with Chillmonger. Surprised how powerful it is even without Enrage. Well, Berserker's got a great skill tree, and Spell Shot is Spell Shot. So, yeah. That was a clean bunny kill. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Hey Rune, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. How you doing? That was a satisfying bunny kill, I gotta say. Ooh. I love that fight. That's my favorite raid boss. Echo Amp is so strong. Yeah, it's such a good utility option. Let's hit more rings. I want Shark's Mames. Ooh ha ha. So farm for Echo Amp. There's a bunch of combinations I like. On my melee build, I like running a Twin Soul with Ancient and Vampire, because it lets me get a bunch of healing, scales very well with swing speed, and it lets me use action skills with long cooldowns like Feral Surge. So I can Feral Surge to an enemy, bonk them a bunch of times, get a bunch of cooldown back, and maybe have it available for the next enemy. It's another combo I like. Caustic Amp is good for gun dot builds. Go for that as well. Myth rank are you at? I stopped spending points at 480. I'm currently 520 with 40 points available. I am doing a self-imposed myth rank cap of 480 with 20 points in each of the uncapped skills. because I find that myth rank is far too powerful. And since there is no toggle, there is no slowdown of the stat gain from points, I'm limiting myself. Lethal Catch. I forgot about this ring. 25% more effectiveness on kill. 100% more if it was Land Shark or a Crab. Ability damage and action skill cooldown. That's a good combo. I'll take that, because it's volatile. That's a good live wire ring. Currently equipped gun, low on ammo, effects increased by 50%. Gun damage improves the chains, melee crit chance and melee crit damage. Yeah, I guess I'd pick that up. Let me make room for it. I don't need that fish. We'll shoot this great bow. Volatile. Not primordial though. He's a not chaotic one just for Echo Amp. Yeah, that's all that matters. 40 is max with 20 in the uncapped. Yes. Okay, back to Last Rites. And then we'll play some of the dot build, I think. Glow does not mean magazine, right? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I'm not 100%. Not 100% on that one, Scroll. They should let you turn off the new points notification. Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be real nice. Farming Nightmare isn't too bad. Yeah, Nightmare's an easy farm. Last Rites, my beloved. I have an unhealthy relationship with this gun, chat. I think I like it too much. Now, I do famously have that addiction to Hyperion shotguns, so it was only a matter of time before it translated to Hyperius shotguns. But it's just so good. Only liked it with rate of fire increases. Yeah, rate of fire increases are pretty important to make this gun feel better. Otherwise, it is a bit sluggish. What's the gimmick of Last Rites to have anything? It ricochets, Late Finn. It ricochets splash projectiles between enemies. So this gun's got a great damage formula, high projectile count, and is exceptionally good at mobbing. Also, it being cryo means that we can use Soaked to get even more damage out of it. So this gun is, it was really good, and then they buffed all Hyperius shotguns, then it got really, really good. And then they released DLC 1, and it got really, really, really good. This thing just keeps getting indirectly buffed. Primordial Last Rites feels so good. Yeah. What's conditioned for ricochets on hit? It'll ricochet off surfaces or enemies. So, yeah, just shoot gun. Even if you miss, it'll ricochet and has a chance to hit enemies.
Dead all the same. This'll be over before you can.
Build really struggles the melee chamber rooms. Which build? My build? Or yours? Try the shotgun on my build. I recommend everybody tries the shotgun. It's so sick. Hey Dagaja, how you doing? It's unique? Yeah. Looks like this. Hey Ace, how you doing? Good to see you. Been a minute. Hope things have been going well. Primordial Carouser. That's a low roll, though. That's a low roll. Because I know Primordial Carouser can go over 3k. But I'll still take it. Still a good gun. Pretty good. Been picking up extra shifts to save up for the wedding. You? I'm doing pretty okay. Doing pretty okay. Wonderlands has been kind of consuming my life, but in the best of ways. I just, you know me. I'm a build crafter at heart, and this game's given me lots of toys to play with. Other than that, can't complain too much. How far out from the wedding are you? Got a date? You don't need to share the date. Got 1 over 3k of this increased melee damage. Unfortunate, but still, like, the gun's still gonna slap. And how often does something survive a carouser shot? Deep Banshee on KS22. Nice. The climb's going well, Deep Zombie. Love to see it. Oh, hello, friends. Haven't decided yet. I'll just take things slow on Monday is what we need for a budget. That is the responsible way to do things. I respect it. Got to C35 yesterday. It was so good. Let's go, Tilu. Yeah. It's very satisfying to complete that climb. In this house, we stand the carouser. Absolutely. What mission is Ice Shotty from? 20,000 Years Under the Sea. Shrapnel. It is in Wartooth Shallows, I believe. It involves laying a couple of ghosts to rest.
Oh, don't look so surprised. Strike them down.
Hyperion shotguns were Jacobson disguise all this time. I mean, black powder shotguns are also really good. It's just this one is spicy. Now the real farm begins. Yeah. You dead? Yeah, you are dead. Wait. No, you're not. Oh, you died to the water, so I didn't get the heal. That's awkward. I was trying to heal off of that zombie to get my full health enchant back. Didn't quite work out. Pretty clean. There's splash black powder. Rain of arrows. I'm thinking. If there are any others. I can't think of any others at the moment. So many fun blue mission rewards in Wonderlands. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Purple ones too. All the weapons I have equipped on this build right now, mission rewards. And these are all just really good guns in their own right. They're good legendary guns too. I just happen to enjoy these for their unique effects. What do you have in your rings that you aren't shuffling every time you change weapons? Pistol mag size, shotgun crit damage, and then shotgun crit damage, pistol crit damage. When I switch to the Heck Waiter, I switch out this one for this Elder Wyvern's ring for the fire damage, axe and skill duration. But otherwise, I just kind of keep these. Pistol mag size is not important for this spec. This is just a ring I have. The mag size would be important if I was using, say, Luddites. It's great for that. I would like to have shotgun mag size instead of shotgun crit damage on one of these. Probably this one. No, if this was, say, double shotgun mag size, that'd be sick. But, meh. But didn't you hear 90% of legendaries in the game are useless? Ugh. Last Rites is the only splashy ricochet thing. You can make other splash things ricochet with play the angles. Like Blazing Volley is splash, and I'm pretty sure it does play the angles. Pretty sure. But I think Last Rites is the only one I can think of that is a splash ricochet without requiring play the angles. Rain of Arrows is so fun to use, kill myself too much with it. You gotta be careful about which enemies you use it on. I love Rain of Arrows for Pigwort, for example. You can just kind of put the arrows there as he's spawning, and if you happen to knock him down with it, he'll still keep taking damage from the arrows if he was in the AoE when his phase ended. So you can kind of one-cycle Pigwort with Rain of Arrows. It's a nice counter to him. It's also good against Son of a Witch, because it'll hit him and the bird. But I would not recommend it against, say, Drill, because you gotta get real close, and you're gonna hit yourself with it. It's not quite worth. Another lethal catch. Shotgun mag size, but spell damage primary. A lot of lethal catches today. Where's the Shark's Banes, though? Morning, Chart Time. How you doing? I think the Goblin name gun you get early on is Splash and Ricochet. Goblin Repellent? I just dropped mine on the ground recently. I couldn't tell if it was ricocheting because of its own effect or not, but yeah, that might be one. Goblin's Bane isn't very good, though, especially in comparison to Last Rites. You can make it kill things, but I personally was not much of a fan. How's your weekend? It was okay. It was okay. Not very eventful. I didn't feel well much of the day yesterday, so I didn't do much yesterday. I almost went to see a movie, but cases in this area are up, and I didn't deem it worth the risk. Which movie you wanted to see? The Doctor Strange one. No spoilers, please. Not even impressions. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't want to hear anything. I like to go into these things as clean as I can. But hopefully cases will calm down a little bit so I can go see it without risking death. Immunocompromised lifestyle.
Yeah, you're a very fierce plant, I know.
Every fourth shot fires homing poison bullets ricochet 3 times. Okay, yeah, those were sadly underwhelming. When I saw it this weekend, I'll say nothing else. I want to see Everywhere, Everything, All at Once, I think is the name. Yeah, I heard good things about that one too, Try Time. Saw the movie on Saturday, I had a Shake Shack after. Man, those burgers are nice, but small and expensive. Shake Shack is one of those things that I've had a few times. And, like, it's good, but you don't get a lot of food at all. And it's pricey. It's not like Five Guys pricey, but at least with Five Guys, the portions are huge. Five Guys or Shake Shack? If I had to choose, Five Guys, because I just get more food for money. It's like White Castle, small-ass portions for a leg and an arm. Yeah. If I've done all my quests while leveling and I want the shotgun, how can I get it without leveling again? You have a chance to get it in vendors, Tulu. Any quest reward that you've received has a chance to show up in a vending machine. In-N-Out is better and cheaper Shake Shack. I think I've only had In-N-Out. Actually, I don't think I've ever had In-N-Out. In-N-Out's a West Coast thing, right? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've had In-N-Out. Alright, vending machine farming incoming. Best of luck. Best of luck with that. I'd recommend using any vendor that isn't the Chaos Chamber one, because that one just has less loot for some reason. It's weird. Queen's Gate is good for that. Mount Craw is good for that. Any of the areas that have 3 vendors, because then you get, you know, a bunch of chances. Five Guys, you'll have all our chips. All of them. Fuck you. They really do just give you a whole bag. It's very nice. I want to go to the movie too. I'm sick for the past week. Oh, I'm sorry, Reckless Monster. I hope it turns around for you soon. That was a 1 mil echo. Nice. Crit chance, crit damage, crit chance on an arcane bolt. Kinda redundant. I've got so expensive here in Europe. I don't like it too much. Yeah, Bountardos. It's one of those things that's good, but for the price point, I don't know if it's that good, you know? Like, as expensive as it is to buy meat nowadays, like, to cook from home, I'd still rather do that over Five Guys. Unless I was really in a hurry. Which still wouldn't make sense, because the closest Five Guys to me is, like, 20 minutes by car. So, like, I should just make my own at that point. Ah, yes. There's currently an event for increased quest reward from vending machine chances. Yeah, good mention of that. Good shout. It's a good time to go for him. Steak and Shake is I think I had Steak and Shake once. I think that's the one I've had once. Just two of us in my house, and it's cheaper for us to just eat out instead of buying groceries. Unhealthy, but whatever. Cost of living is so crazy just in the world in general right now. Like, it's easy to talk about how unhealthy it is to eat out all the time, but like at the end of the day, money. So if it's cheaper, yeah. Like, I'll cook for myself for pleasure or when it's cheaper. But ultimately, food's so expensive now. Amber, got a question on hero points. Running a Greyborn spell shot with emphasis on spells and spell damage. Hero points currently spec a spell cooldown on dot damage. I respec them for crit damage chance to diversify my damage formula. Spell cooldown is kind of a redundant pick there, Ember. Because Greyborn and spell shot both have spell cooldown options in their skill tree. And you're almost certainly spec'd into at least one of those, so you can afford to remove the points from hero points. I definitely say take crit damage. Crit chance is kind of low value from hero points. But definitely crit damage. Definitely max that. First time I heard that flag line. I love hearing the flag dialogue. So I was thinking, just wasn't 100% sure. Thanks so much, really appreciate it. My pleasure. Happy to help. I should try to speedrun with Last Rites. We got a 6 something on Saturday. Or was it Friday? One of those. Maybe try to match that. I want Primordial ×2 Liquid Coolings as well. Maybe I start rolling pistol money again. Let's do that. Primordial Liquid Cooling, the hardest effect to get for some reason. It's, Primordial drop rate's, what, 1.1%? Something like that? I don't remember the value. It's very low. And with Liquid Cooling, it's one of many legendary pistols. There's a lot. And then you're looking for specifically ×2 variant. There's a lot of hoops to jump through to get that. Catatumbo. Volatile Catatumbo. Yeah, I'll take that. That's nice. Only in C35 also? Only in C35, yeah. Do you have any plans to do Chaos Chamber runs with viewers? At some point, but there's a few factors. I may as well talk about this. So, one, there's a bunch of, bugs with Shift right now. It makes it very difficult to add new people to friends lists. So, anyone who already have on Shift, that's not a problem for them, but adding anyone else, it's difficult. Additionally, sometimes the game, if it's been open for too long, people lose the ability to join you. So I'd have to restart my game a bunch of times during stream. Also, there's just people who go around joining open lobby stuff to be an asshole, and I don't want to render myself or my viewers vulnerable to them. So it's a tricky thing. If I was to do some open lobby stuff, it'd probably be off stream in the Discord. Yeah, which you should join. It's been a minute since we've done community Discord stuff. Probably start bringing that back in. Like, sometimes we play Jackbox. Sometimes we'll just have a voice party, a bunch of people, you know, share a bunch of games in the Discord and stuff. We've done movie nights sometimes. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've done those. Maybe I'll schedule one of those. When Catacombo... Catacombo. You wrote that, so I said it that way. Catatumbo. Play the Angles procs as Proc the Lightning? I think so, but thanks for testing. Don't you laugh at Cum Puppy. You're supposed to be the mature one. You're supposed to be the example we all follow. Oh, Evil Eye Crab. That's why I was murdered. Catachumbo. Evil Eye harder than Lachance? True. What if they just replaced chums with 3 Evil Eye Crabs? What have I done? Combo breaker. Oh no. Combo? No. This is a rabbit hole I don't want to go down. Cease. I was gonna go fast on this run, but the first room sucked, and so did this room, so, like, we'll do Gloop. You mean, come on, bro. Hey, Shots, thank you for the 18 months, with a 14 streak. I appreciate it so much, thank you. A lot of 18 months today? Yeah, what was 18 months ago? I don't know what 18 months ago today was.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
can't escape the combo now. It is part of your life.
I can try, Shots. I can try. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to stop thinking about combo and associating it with you, okay? Arms race? Shit, might have been.
Just a girl and she's on fire.
Yeah.
There you go, Quack.
Yo, that's like 5 Twitch babies.
Yo, control. We making babies? Thank you so much for the 18 months, Control. What is it with 18 months today? As a matter of fact, I don't like the conversations chat comes up with. I'm getting banned. At what chaos level do you start really utilizing chaotic gear more than standard loot? Probably around like chaos 16-ish pizza trains. The way they structure the rates is that your second highest tier goes up pretty massively. So like chaos 1 through 19, the chaotic rate starts scaling up pretty heavily. And then at 20, volatile gets introduced and chaotic starts going down. And then from 21 to 34, volatile continues to go up, and chaotic goes down. And then at 35, volatile starts to go down, and primordial is introduced. So because of just the sheer volume of my playtime, I play the game a lot. By the time I was around chaos 16-ish on like my second character, that's when I was more chaotic than normal. And now as primordial is in the mix, quest rewards are fairly simple to get primordial, just a bit of a time investment, but a one-time time investment. But most of my other stuff is now just volatile. Chaotic spell, chaotic shark's bane, but it's pretty easy to get. Damage type is Sword Explosion Sword, just gun damage. Gun damage AoE. Tis not melee. Got a Primordial ×3 Cryo Sword Explosion to drop for my Reaver last night. It's fucking disgusting. Feel ashamed of myself using it to lay my enemies waste and listen to the wailing sounds of their families' lamentations. So, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. That for single target, and then Last Rites for multi-target. Be the bully you were meant to be. That was a fast room. Last Arts Mob Sword Solution Boss. Yeah. You might run out of ammo using just shotguns, but definitely the 1-2 punch of all shotguns. Need chaotic armor, rings, and necklaces. That's where that matters the most. Yeah. I don't know why he strafed out of my line of sight like that. That was awkward. I also don't know how I'm cryoed.
To throw some spells.
A nasty White Rider and Live Wire too, just in case I run out of shoddy ammo. Nice. Good spread of guns there. I need to use my racks more often. I keep forgetting to do it.
See what happens? Gun.
Lean into popular stuff like an old man. Definitely gonna pick up some uniques to test though. White Rider's sick. I don't care that that one's super popular. I love that gun. Live Wire, but you know, at the end of the day, it's what you enjoy. Be back later. Bye. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. Best of luck with your continued chaos climb. Continued chaos climb. We're alliterative, chat. We out here. For what it's worth, use the live wire very rarely. Find it weird. Only usually use it to melee. Yeah, it's the melee part that I'm like, eh. It's like... I don't know. Live wire is one of those things that I use, and then I just feel dirty about it. Because it's so strong for melee. As a gun, it's just kind of cool. But as a melee tool, it's like, ooh. I want to pick up this peg leg, but I don't know why I want it. Pick it up anyway. I think Red Hellion's also awesome. Red Hellion's sick. Found I got all the weapon SDs yesterday. Feels good. Let's go, Atris. Congrats. That's awesome. Good job. Thought about calling my new cat Chaos. Oh, don't do that to that cat. SDUs, might have asked. Storage deck units. It's like your ammo capacity stuff. Like, see these ammo totals down here? Buying SDUs increases those. Gloop? Why does Last Rites do so much to Gloop? What? What? I don't even know how that works.
Always wanted to see that.
You have Soaked On? Yeah, that doesn't... I know I've Soaked On, but like, this is a single target gun, and it's just like, it's this unreasonably cracked. This is a multi-target gun, rather. It's this unreasonably cracked and single target. It's just kind of wild. It's so strong. What do I have that's boosting? I was hitting over 1 mil shots there. Like, what? This gun's just cracked. Like, I don't have that much formula here. This gun is just insane.
Bad power. That's the good stuff. Good for others.
What? What? Did that shot I pre-fired really just do that? That was hilarious. I'm so sorry. These bosses are getting brutalized. Was that interaction? I fired a shot being like, there's no way this connects, and it did. Cool. Play the angles? Yeah, that must have been a play the angles off of the ricochet directly into the weak spot. Hitbox fuckery? Maybe. Tried to kill Bark and it didn't end well. Might need some more movement speed. Movement speed helps Thermal. It does. You're on the right track there. We'll do Bark on the next run. The good thing about Bark is that it's very... It's like a rhythm game, almost. If you know which animation to look for, and you know kind of the way Bark's AI works, you can do it no damage. It's the easiest one to do no-hit out of the raid bosses. We'll do Bark on the next run. I'll showcase that. Or attempt to. I want to roll here. Sniper Bunny for more sawmills would be nice. I want to update that build. Armor's always nice. I do still want rings. I guess we're doing rings. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Arf. Even. Last Heart's cracked. I need one now. Only have a non-chaotic one right now. The chaotic one will still do work for you. I kind of want to do a playthrough, chat, and I want to get Last Rites on that playthrough. Like, you imagine having this gun with you for your entire Chaos climb? Like, I kind of want to do that. You have to kill a raid boss, feel like my builds just aren't there yet. Get bored in chambers, end up starting a new character. Hey, well, it's good that the bosses are a threshold of challenge that you do need to work a little bit to overcome. Whether it's in player effort or in game knowledge, you do need to learn a little bit for the raid bosses, which I like. Gotta go lunch, be back after, sounds good. I have one that's non-chaotic. It's alright. So the thing with uniques in this game is that it won't be like a single chaos tier making or breaking an item. And proof of that is we were slaying with a not even chaotic Pookie's Chew Toy, and then we happened to get a Primordial one because Krook gave us one, and it's obviously really good. But the gun will still be doing all the things the gun's doing. It's just you gotta build around uniques in this game. That's how you get value out of them. You gotta build around it. Carry me from 20 to 40 on first playthrough. Nice. Sniper reload speed, shotgun reload speed. There's a bunch of rings that are trying. Assault rifle mag size. That's a double roll assault rifle mag size. I've never gotten that before. I don't know what I'll do with that, but that's cool. Worth keeping. Mission Roars really got you hooked. They're so good. They're good. I don't know, Vocal Assassin. They're just strong. I like them. Last Rites is probably my favorite gun in this whole game, chat. I love this gun. How to equip the new hats. Any cosmetics you have are gonna come through here. Hats are, I believe, facial features. Yeah, hair and headgear. It'll be under here. I don't have the DLC ones because I can't be bothered. But yeah, they're in there. Llama condition rings are actually high health condition rings. Wait. Wait. Oh. Okay. Fuck.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Can you ping me with that in Discord, CZ, so I can pass that along to 2K after stream?
Are you prepared?
Rune tested it. Thank you, Rune. That's so cursed. That's so cursed. Like, it doesn't make them busted or anything, it's just like, why? It doesn't make the item a single bit better, it's just weird. I actually tested for once and I hate it because I use the certain. See what happens when you test things, Rune? You find cursed shit too. Now Rune has to test everything. Everyone, chat. Thank Rune for testing everything, ever. He's agreed to do it all. It's actually nerfed because it's only an effective increase by 25%, while the Lima should be 50% increase. Yeah. I still don't love the conditions for either of those, so like it doesn't affect anything for me, but I feel bad for people building around that. Ugh. Best way to test in this game, just target dummies. Depends on what you're testing, Pragmatic. And there's a lot of hurdles to it. For example, Myth Rank not having a toggle does mean that testing things is very cursed in some regards. So often for testing purposes, people will use clean profile saves and such. Yeah, it really depends on what you're testing. That's the answer to the question, what are you ruining my swamp? Test it. He's testing. Yes. So I don't like doing side quests for my playthroughs till I reach max level. So you have this this available for you? Yeah. That's fair, Tom Nasty. It's very fair. Thank you for testing Maroon. Maroon. What? Headcanon, you bitch! What? Wait, that worked? What? 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 So you could just, like, not shoot those in order and just blow them all up and it counts? What? Okay. This game is so weird. Like, what? That was so weird. I can't get over that. Game can't just blindside me with some regretty like that. It's not allowed. We can just hit them all at once with some big AoE. That's what it seems like. Someone try doing that with, I don't know, what's a big AoE? You get a blue cape to direct impact one of them, I guess? Ooh, maybe a spell? Maybe a spell. You just stand there, use an eruption, and it hits all of them? I don't know, never tried. The shrine buffs and bonuses from collections can't be toggled, right? Correct. Correct. So, ideally you'd have a testing character with no collectibles and a testing profile save with no myth rank. Otherwise, you just need to reverse engineer your math more, which it impacts your margin of error quite a bit with certain tests. Calamity or something? Maybe, yeah. More opportunities for human error? Yeah. The fact that target dummies act different, sometimes don't act like real enemies, it all sucks. At least we have, there's some crabs in Brighthoof. That does help a lot with testing things. There are some crabs. Now, of course, it's still not a perfect testing environment. Stone Swan has the testing tech. But it's helpful. You have to hit the puzzle orbs with gun, autofails if you throw a Storm Dragon Judgment at it. Huh, okay. Could you Rain of Arrows? If you got the right angle, could you just Rain of Arrows hit all of them at once? Spell as that looks fun. It's a Spectral Talents. I'm just using it because I like Rack Attack. It's absolutely not an optimal pick. I just like it. Yeah, if you have crabs, I'd recommend getting tested. Yeah, you better run. One point I shot the crabs, one of them jumped up and killed me. It was scary. Crabs in this game are terrifying. Enjoy your lurk, Mr. Adblock. I appreciate it. Where's the skull for this one, chat? Because I've accidentally hit this one, but, like, I don't know where it is. Don't knock me off. Hello? Freeze along the wall, right of the corpse. Freeze along the wall, right of the corpse. Ah, thank you. Good direction, Slippers. It's like a fantasy flag. Racks and fade away together. It's amazing, isn't it? Try time. Or if something like a salt stack recipe, or fuck are you saying, Control? Am I a degenerate? Why did my mind go all sorts of places with that? I need help. I internet too much. I have a problem. We all internet too much. That's true.
Now that's more like it.
It's IT stuff, a configuration management software that automates setting up huge numbers of servers concurrently at a much smaller scale. It can be used to say, make this folder look exactly like this and keep it that way forever. Ah, cool. You have PTA? Yes, yes I do. I can show skill tree and stuff after this. After Bark. The internet to the point where I can't describe something as citrusy without pronouncing it wrong. Same. Same. Yeah. Alright, I've never used last rites on Bark before. We'll see how this goes. Okay, projectile speed is slow. Does make this interesting. So I have to actually physically dodge the attacks. So basically the claw swipes, you crouch. The tail swipes, you jump. And the somersault, you strafe. That's how you counter Bark's attacks. Oh, that was not smart of me. Hey, I hit it. And once you hit the weak spot 3 times, it enrages and gets a dot on its attacks. So sometimes it can be beneficial to stretch that out and not have that happen right away. And having things like pets tanking for you does take a lot of the heat off of you.
Enemy in my sights. The storm takes flight.
Yeah, Lacerite's definitely not a weapon suited for this fight. But I'm gonna do it anyway, because Lacerite's fun.
I'm pointing. Gonna need trouble.
Oh, I was at high elevation there, so that's why that still hit me. I was up on the, like, the lip of the room, so, crouching was not enough to get me out of the hitbox. I might die to this, because my mushroom is being ragdolled around, and so am I. Oh, we're good. There we go. So I took one hit. Well, I went to aerial smash the cubes after a run, got launched a million feet in the air, and fell back down and went through the map again. Yeah, that happens, Sean. That happens. Ready's the last raid. This is a primordial one. Hey, Uncle Noble. How you doing? Seeing Barky taking damage from not spells makes me feel weird. Last rites is sick. I got a PSA of PDA for Quag. That's right, a public service announcement of Quag public display of affection. Yes. You stop doing that, it's a bad habit of mine. It's still fun. Yeah, I do it too. I do it too. It's fun to ground slam right on top of it. Yeah, skill tree wise, Spore Warden down to Capstone. Stabbo down to Contagion. People like using it against Bark. Livewire is good for hitting the weak spots and also getting in some damage on the ads. Torg Stickies, as with all bossing, will do well thermal. If you get a good fire Torg Sticky gun, Ludite Encapsulator or Body Rocker preferably, then it's gonna do good work for you. This is an Encapsulator. This is the AR of choice for Torg Sticky stuff. But the important thing about Bark's weak spots is they deal melee damage. Meaning, simply by having a Spellblade equipped and having some melee and spell boost, you can give it a pretty good formula to the point where it is possible to one-shot Barkenstein by shooting a weak spot. By tricking out your melee formula. Game keeps crashing, should I not use cloud saves? I would not recommend using cloud saves ever anyway, Felix. It has led to a lot of people losing progress. When the cloud save is behind your local save, sometimes it'll just overwrite the local with the cloud, and then you lose a bunch of stuff. So I'd recommend turning off cloud save. For every game, really. If you're playing Steam, Epic, whatever, just turn it off. Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands have both had problems with people losing progress to cloud saves. I'll have to find the clip. One time I saw Chad get punched or something by Valix and MTD get launched out of the arena ceiling almost all the way back to the start area. That's awesome. It's fun, but I know the risks, especially in most of the boss fights. Yeah. Let's do, I feel like doing a Maker run. I feel like it's a good time for a Maker run. We put on that. That'll be for Bark. That'll be for the maker. Can we use last rites for everything else? Yeah, let's do a maker run. If your game keeps crashing, try updating your drivers if you haven't in the past month. That is also good advice. It's gonna be a maker or breaker. I hate you. You have Volatile Thurge and rarely seen Thurge amulets like they're super rare. No more rare than any other kind. I think you're just unlucky in that department. Like, I don't see as many Skeeps as I want to. But you don't see as many Thurges, or Theurge, excuse me. I need to start saying words correctly. Theurge, as you want to. It's kind of one of those things. Like, for example, I see a lot of Spellblades. And I know there's people who want Spellblades, but I'm not one of them. But I see a lot of Spellblades. No, it's the desire sensor. I get a lot of Deadshot armors, but I don't play Deadshot. At least not on stream. Ever get around to trying the Daryl's SMG? I've not. If I get a decent one, I'll do it. Volatile or better. Slow room. Did not manage my Cyclops well. See a lot of amulets almost always for spell shot or Stabomancer. Your shots from the shadows proc Wrath of Nature. I just wonder why you have both. What do you mean? Are you asking how I'm getting Wrath of Nature? It's from Play the Angles. Kite Highland. Play the Angles ricochets will apply Wrath of Nature. Spot's so awkward. Whoever set up that gloop location were not friends. Champion cheers? Yeah, my pleasure. Going Berserker, stab on my new character? Nice. Berserker Stabo's a good combo. Berserker does the heavy lifting and Stabo fills in the gaps. At least the way I like to play that multi-class combo. Diamond Gauntlets with 2 in Wrath of Nature. And movement speed. Sure. Doing Maker, so I take an ammo upgrade. Oh, that AoE for bossing Berserker Capstone's nutty? Yeah, for sure. Missed the raid boss symbol. I thought you were doing a Maker run. Shit, I missed Bark, didn't I? I missed Bark, didn't I? Alright, yeah, let's redo. Good shout. Good shout. Autopilot. I always forget. I have too much fun just mobbing around in the Chaos Chamber. Hang on. I need to eat a cookie real quick. Blood sugar. Okay. I feel like I should increase the weighting for boss mons and animals as it stands right now. Too much variance, even though drop rates are fine. Changing up the weighting could help, yeah. Okay. Need to hit Bark in this room. Scott scheduled in to buy my graduation suit on Wednesday. Let's go, Viper. That's a W. That's a big W. Join Training. I don't see a lot of these. Join Training Graveborn's a good combo. But Frost? And the passives kind of suck. No thank you. I don't know why I popped from the shadows there. Oh yeah, I know why. Science. See if we get that weird ricochet thing again. We didn't. No, we did. There it is. So if you get play the angles on the Bark puzzle, it doesn't count against you. Like, it still destroys it, and the game still considers you as having done it correctly. Kinda cool.
Talons of the Tempest! I've got all the magic I need!
No, you're cool, but no, you know you. He's like, play the angles targets the next more in order, you can just chain kill them. Yeah. We're saying it's times 25 black powder with an 8 mag might be the best weapon for killing Bark Sigil. Maybe. Might be. Let's do it a quiver. Thank you, Bud Stallion. Claws of God roll Amalgamon. I don't even play Claws, just sitting there. You can always make use of it. And a cool thing to note about the armor system in this game is, because class on armor determines skill rolls, you often end up with builds where it's optimal to have an armor that might not even benefit both of your classes. It might only benefit the secondary class in terms of class power, but the skills become worthwhile, you know? I love the last rites. This gun, oof. Well done. Dotted myself somehow.
Got me, didn't you? Falcon's Fury!
Last Right's best Hyperius. Legos don't feel nearly as good. The Gyre and the Red Hellion are both extremely good as well. It's just all three of those shotguns have something in common. It's that you need to build around them. So like the Red Hellion requires movement speed to get up to snuff. This one requires fire rate, and the Gyre requires mag size. So each of them has kind of a threshold you need to hit for it to start feeling good. Back for a bit now, found anything good? We're doing a maker run this run, please. Just kind of vibing. And don't any real Calamity armor testing, any feels about it? It's just kind of a mediocre boost. Like, mobbing in this game is already where you need the damage the least. It's a regular old fire damage boost, which means it's additive to a lot of stuff. And it requires 10 targets to cap. How often are you fighting 10 targets? How many boss fights are you able to fight 10 targets? It's not a bad one to have. Like, it's not something I'd actively avoid the way I would avoid smart armor. It's just, like, it's not noteworthy. If it was all elements instead of fire, it'd have more value, but it ultimately still redundant. I don't know why I had that. What do I put here? Yeah, that. It's fair, I also wasn't sure if it was like reproc fire again and same target counts as stack. Let's say unique Beano gearbox. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But even if you assume it's operating at max capacity, even if you assume, hey, 100% fire damage at all times, it's still ultimately pretty mediocre compared to what some of the armors do. Because that fire damage is additive with your other fire and elemental boosts. So it's kind of meh. And then keep in mind that fire is, in terms of actually tanky things with fire vulnerable health bars, you're talking, what, Banshee and Bark? That's it. Kind of meh. I didn't mean to take that hit. Why am I being hit so much? Holy fuck. I took all the hits. I think I got hit by every single one of those. Yeah, you know, I'm just switching back to that. I'll just not use my action skill. Hey Pirak, how you doing? Luke, leave me alone. Can't you see I can't aim? They might be merging thoughts together. I don't think in a direct line sometimes.
Oh, hello! This is my monster. I named him Larsenstein, and now he's gonna eat your face!
Oh, hang on. Don't want to wear that right now. That's... I just murdered by damage. Bit of a miscalculation there. Applying soaked when using a fire gun. Yeah, I'm good at video games, I swear. Literal professional gamer, by the way. I don't know which attack you were doing, I wasn't paying attention. Fuck you, Bark. Big echo. Okay, I can put soaked back on now. Borkenstein. Mm-hmm. Almost not sick. Work takes on my will to live. How's your head, Brekkie? Yeah. I'm having cookies for Brekkie. Cookies.
I see what's up. You wanna take over Mama? You asked for it! La 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 la.
Can't wait to throw some spells!
Thank you for the Brekkie bits.
Brekkie bits.
What have we? Strike up! Dig in!
I have life, love, empowerment! We've been conquering the planet of grit.
Oof. Outplayed. No, don't do this revive me while I'm already up thing. I need my health. Stop it.
Roll for power spell! Power attack!
Same frame, but okay. That pistol you're just using? Just a Luddite. It's not even a high damage Luddite. I'm pretty sure you can get shotgun over 1100, I think. I think there's one more part. Hey, Primordial Body Rune with Capacity. Hell yeah. Good roll. Since Wrath's debuff would affect the damage of the bunnies against her, it does. It does. We also have Exploit Their Weakness doing the same thing. Yep. Something I forgot to do there is stand still for damage. Because Body Rune. Body Rune has Spirit Rune built in. Spirit Rune increased shock damage while standing still. I should have been standing still that fight. Oh well. Run makered my day. I'm glad. The little Quag Jam's so adorable. Yeah, it's pretty great. Any guns or gear you can only get from C35 or above? No. No items are difficulty level locked in this game, Pragmatic. Now, there's Chaos tiers that are difficulty locked, but the items themselves, no. A lot of lethal catches today. Not enough Shark's Baits. Roll spells for a bit. For sexy when you think about it, yeah. Lets people experience all content of the game at their own pace. Body Rune is Spirit baked in. Is the reverse true? Or is it totally invalidate Spirit? So both Body Rune and Mind Rune have Spirit Rune baked in. Master Rune does not, and Spirit Rune is just Spirit Rune. To my knowledge. So yeah, there's no reason to wear a Spirit Rune except for shield augments. Barrel Maker. Spectral Talons. Ooh, this is one of those elemental blasts that spawns hydras. So you can get this as repeating. And I believe it'll also have 2 projectiles, so you can get 6 hydras per cast of the spell. So look out for those luring elemental blasts with repeating cast. Can the Body Rune come with more than one roll? No, just one. Quiet, help me. I just ran around the Valor Plate Armory for 5 minutes without picking one or playing anything. Only 5 minutes? Do better. Do more. So if you shot yourself right now and stood still, you'd have 0 recharge delay. I don't know if that part, I honestly forgot it had that part. Specifically the damage part of the Spirit Rune is part of the Body Rune and Mind Rune. But let's see. Can this... This would probably kill me. Maybe this one won't. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, so the delay part isn't there. Just the damage thing. And I tested the damage thing myself, because I was talking to Stone Swan about some build stuff, and he was like, hey, try this real quick. Make sure I'm not crazy. And then I did. I was like, wait. Do another one.
Enter if you dare. Blink. Should have seen this coming. Wondering when more you would turn up. I could get used to this. Falcon of Fury.
Cube. Is Zombie Skeleton Armor double against Zomboss? I think it only triggers once. Like, as long as any of the conditions are met, you only get it one time. Got a Mistrial on you, might be interesting to see. It's not great, honestly, Dex. I might need more fire rate to get more value out of that. I might need more assault rifle specific boosts. But I was kind of unimpressed compared to the other quest reward weapons I've been using. It absolutely gets smoked by the Headcannon, Last Rites, Heckwaiter, and Pookie's Chew Toy. Mistrial felt a little bit better than Goblin Repellent, so I'll give it that. And Goblin Repellent wasn't terrible, need to reiterate, it just didn't feel great. And I did not try Primordial Goblin Repellent, so... But I did try Primordial Mistrial, and I was like, eh. Someone says body and mind in the same breath. My Amara senses tingle. Yeah. Play the angles, life hacks. It's so funny. It's not, like, useful information, but it's funny.
I choose you.
What happened? So play the angles, ricochets can, you know, destroy the targets for the bark puzzle, and they won't count against you even though they go out of order. So if you get a lucky play the angles chain, you can just like shoot one and it'll destroy all of them, and it's funny. So yes, Spore Warden meta for getting into the Bark fight. See that happen in Cape of Tides Explosion too? Does that count? Nice. Nice, Mac. That's cool. Am I wearing my cape? I am. First world problems, doing Bark Sigil, Spore Warden, play the ankles doesn't proc. Suffering, pain. You just don't know what it's like when you have a cheese mechanic and it just doesn't trigger. Like, imagine having the option to bypass it and just not being able to. Other classes can't understand SMH. Farming the aspects, I'm just doing them kind of for fun. You get a lot of crystals from them, and I also just enjoy the fights. And I did mention earlier I want to practice Bark a little more. Just get better at the fight. Not that I'm bad at it. I'm back in more power outages today. Oh, I'm sorry, Rohit. Is it all sorted? Are you all good now, hopefully? Bad at fighting the aspects. Some of them can take some practice. That's why I like practicing. Like, we had a really unclean Gloop fight last cycle, so I want to do it better this time. I enjoy optimizing, so. Bark's the boss I have the most fun with. Bark feels so rewarding when you get it right. I still think Bunny's my favorite, just because it's like the most, it just feels like a raid boss. Like, it's got phases, it's got a bunch of different mechanics, it's very imposing. I like Bunny the most, personally. But Bark is the one that has the most tangible sense of reward for me. Like, I feel like a badass when I dodge an attack from Bark. Gloop is just like a good intro to how bossing in this game works. Fuck you. Where's the enemies? I guess I'm not doing this bonus. I was trying to do the bonus, but nope. Hope they add more aspects. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'd definitely love to see more. Never is. They always cut power, so that ministers and government officials have uninterrupted power. Corrupt officials over the paying public. Had to save my files after everyone sure didn't lose stuff. That sounds shit. I'm sorry you gotta deal with that. Very unjust. I thought that would kill him. Oops. I was maybe a little too playful with the enemies on this stage. Really missing Slaughter in this game where I can go sicko mode on enemies. I think they can achieve that kind of thing with just Chaos Chamber formats. Like, they could do a survival mode. It could be just like Circles of Slaughter. I would love to see something like that. I like Bark and Bunny too, but my favorite is Gloop. I just like you have to stun him to do big damage. Yeah, it's definitely more intuitive than a lot of previous boss fights they've done, where it's just like, hey, do your damage, and it doesn't have a chance. It's like, you have to do the thing to get to the damage. It's not difficult, but more involved. And remember, even if the aspect bosses seem kind of simple once you're familiar with them, it's important to keep in mind that these kinds of things get the entire land's player base at a point where they're more receptive to more complicated content. As much backlash as Guardian Takedown caused among the most casual players in Borderlands 3, it was still a good primer for mechanic-based endgame content. And I love Guardian Takedown, but, you know, it served an important purpose. So maybe aspect bosses are like training for whatever we get in the next main series Borderlands game. Hey Diamonds, how you doing? Had a laugh in that shroom, died in a jellyfish fart. I'm a terrible person. It's a funny sentence to gotcha. So I don't think so. We know how the XP formula works. Perhaps the XP per level eventually takes so long. Myth ranks will make sense with C50 or 100. You think no, the Chaos ranks alone will take care of the power needed for the... Sorry for that wall text. No, you're fine, Scroll. I don't know the XP formula, but I can tell you we've not seen any sort of drop-off with myth rank stat bonuses. So someone could be the exact same myth rank as I am, at 522. And, they could have way more of these uncapped stats than me. So, like, the way I invested, I'm putting 20 points max into each of the uncapped, and then I have the capped ones all maxed. Someone else could have chosen to go 1 point in each of these, and then the rest there. You know, so they could have a lot more, and there's no drop-off. So, myth rank is always just going to be more powerful than it needs to be, until they cap it or add some sort of drop-off. And without either of those things in place, and also no toggle, not for me. Like the Guardian Takedown, except the map drop-offs and jumps. The thing with those is all of those were skippable. Every single point where you had to platform in the Guardian Takedown, either A, you could bypass it with movement speed tech, or B, you weren't fighting and could take your time. Moo Girl, how you doing? Love the fights in Guardian Takedown, I like the mechanics of Guardian Takedown. Never died to those, always died to the damn visible platforms. Well, they were partially visible and their patterns were fixed. It's one of those things, like, once you get it, you got it. Ooh, Volatile Sword Explosion. Hope they slowly add mechanics-based arenas like Raids D2. Slowly introducing mechanics is something I'm a fan of. True, like you have problems with your aim, I had problems with them jumps. That's fair. Everyone's got their kryptonite. It's terrible platforming. That's fair, Jester. That's fair. I'm wearing the right thing. Okay, I am. Making sure all my gear's correct for this. Mopping gun, by the way. There's that much to gloop before mechanics. That's so nuts. Hey T-Lo, welcome back. I think the Guardian Takedown was way too long. I mean... Was it? Because world record speedrun of it on Flak, which I hold, was was in the 16 minutes, so like that's not particularly long. I was trying to be cheeky. But I literally missed. I missed the thing that was sitting still. They're talking world record though? Okay, for casual players, most people, it would take about 30 minutes. You know how they advertised takedowns when they first announced them for Borderlands 3? They said it'd take casual players around 25 to 30 minutes. That's not too long. That's the length they advertised for that. Yo, English, thank you so much for giving a sub out. A total of 6. Going to MacPool, thank you so much. Or McPool, whichever. Thank you so much, English, I appreciate it. Holy dot. Bye. I guess this build can do contagion stuff. Okay. Where's my headcanon? Where's my headcanon? Got my prescription off to pharmacy. Have a good day, Clock and Chat. Take it easy, Peric. You have a good one.
It's on, Shadowball.
I should honestly have a shock amulet for this. I don't think I own one. The right stats.
That one in particular. I'm go-
Ooh. Stupid on my part. Hey, you rolled a 1. Get fucked. Wow, that did so much damage to her? What the hell? Wait, so the 1 scales up with debuffs you put on her. She had Wrath of Nature and Exploit on, so the 1 just did like Omega Chad damage. We're beyond Giga Chad. We're at Omni Chad levels. Ah, that was great. Remember to stand still? I forgot. Good enchant on this body room. Love this enchant. Oops. Yeah. I guess we'll have to do another one. "20 minutes is how long it takes to rob a drunk Karen." Moo Girl, knowing you, I don't want to know more. Back when Mal 1 takedown first came out, 20-minute runs were kind of the norm. Got out-leveled very fast. Guardian takedown just gets shorter every time you do it. A lot of people... I mean, nowadays, Mal 1 takedown standard runtime for an average player, like a casual average player, is still in the 10 to 20-minute range. More hardcore players, yeah, sure, we're all doing it between 3 to 9 minutes usually. But Guardian takedown for the hardcore players is usually around the 20-minute mark. The most hardcore have it down, the Zanes have it in the 15s, the Flax are in the 16s, the Amaras are in the 18s, and the Moses are in the 17s. Excuse me. So yeah, Guardian takedown wasn't too long, it's just not many people wanted to bother to get familiar with it. In fact, the amount of mandatory combat in Guardian takedown was like nothing. It was the first room, and then the mobs right before Crystals 1, and then it was Anathema, then it was Crystals 2, then it was Scourge. It's the only mandatory combat. Everything else could be skipped with movement. Hi, Cat. Yeah, you are a cat. Love Gloop's arena. With each phase comes more dangerous, you have to come fast. The arena filled with lava, you can't come in the first few phases, never experienced that. It seems to be both time and damage based. Like, if you do most of Gloop's damage and Gloop's health bar, excuse me, in one cycle, the arena will fill up like most of the way with lava. I think it's tied to both in some capacity, Reckless Monster. Melee takedown, just shoot. Guardian takedown, think before you shoot. Exactly, and I like that. I like that. It's not an affront to have that in one area of the game. There's a lengthier activity with a little more thought involved and a higher threshold of participation. I think that was a good thing to do. Cat. You okay? Drunk it down to a budget, I'd do an expensive freestyle and then it was gonna be $100 plus $30 tip. We all win. Drunk Karen can't do Karen things because they're levitating and I get paid. Stonks, I suppose. Sharksbane. Ooh, haha. What ability damage? Fear Boss can do this, but I would like to see a featured run that's 4 bosses, then 4 raid bosses. That'd be fun. That would be cool. Just a boss rush playlist. I'd like to see that, and also a no boss one, where it's just mobbing. Like, have it finished with an obelisk or something. Because there's some builds that are kind of just mobbing only things. There's space for both types of takedowns in the game. I just hope they don't abandon takedowns in style Guardian. Right. I like having some more mentally engaging content. Not at the expense of others, because guess what? There's still more of the mindless content. There's room for one. Cat, are you good today? You are very paws on. What's your deal? I love an endless survival, like Warframe survival missions. Have you played that? I've still not
I
played
believe
Warframe.
there's a Kevin near you.
But survival mode would be great. He rarely gets like this. I was moving my mouse. Go. Go. No? Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is stream now. Kevin, this is why all of my clothes are just 90% your hair. Just get your cat away from your mouse. Alright, let's do another and I'll try to remember to stand still. I should use a sword explosion over a Luddite for science. See if we can roll a good enchant on this. Better than nothing. Cats be like pillows with knives. Yeah. Yeah. Froze for a second, thought the cat unplugged something. Luckily, no.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Let's do another maker run.
Go on ahead.
Like the times 3 or times 1 in Sword Explosion. I prefer the inverse of what Mr. Black Guy said. So times 3 is better for mobbing, and times 1 is more potential damage for bossing. Now times 3 gets you to an amount of damage faster, but times 1 gets you to a higher eventual total. Because you're able to just put more shots in, benefit more from ammo regen, have a higher individual hit damage. But for mobbing, definitely times 3, as long as you can sustain the ammo. Because, take this setup for example. A times 3, that's 3 chances to trigger play the angles. It's 3 chances to apply dots for contagion. Sharksbane. Ooh ha ha. Shotgun mag size is nice. But the rest of it, meh. Is it a times 6 chances? 3 on application, 3 on detonation. Maybe even 7, because big sword. So yeah. Multi-class to the cats play. Let's see. Kevin's a Clawbringer. Jake is a Spell Shot, because Jake destroys everything I own. And Kevin's just cute. Kevin, do nothing wrong. Clawbringer is not that weak. I was more making, you know, cats have claws and he brings claws. Joke. Laugh. Laugh, damn it. Is Jake's favorite spell Calamity? Pretty much, Scrunt. Pretty much. Haha, so punny, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you. You go with the poison damage enchant on the sword explosion? Yeah, I didn't feel like rolling longer. And it'll do what I need it for. Not Jake, but my favorite spell is definitely Calamity. Calamities are fun, Lil Rob. One of my favorite spells was a Cryo Extinction Calamity. It took me through a large part of my first playthrough. Like, large part. Oh, me and the pet are down. Okay.
Not this time. I choose you. I could get used to this.
I hate that these Cyclops sometimes go mostly immune. It's not even full immunity, it's just mostly. It's very annoying, very frustrating. Can we do a Clawbringer run? I'm probably gonna start a Clawbringer playthrough soon. Maybe even tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what my content plans for the week are. But I want to do a playthrough. I want to do a playthrough and get a last rites for my Chaos Clan. That's what I know so far.
You're in full bloom, ain't you?
Running Ambihex, 2 Calamity spells. Are the ones that create rings. Ah, Blazing Calamities. Yeah, those are fun. Very good coverage.
Going down.
Why I play through content. That's if I can pry myself away from the Chaos Chamber. So, we'll see. We shall see. Is there a website where it shows the armor and skills that can roll depending on what classes, like a spreadsheet guide? There you go. Chat, who won me or quick? Too slow, Viper. You're too slow.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely.
Trying to hit this.
Well, that's more like
There we
it.
go. Don't forget to be still. Thank you. On hotel Wi-Fi, but for what it's worth, you won't on my screen. Yeah, I think it's the stream delay, because I saw the message way before. Viper, I will literally screenshot. I will literally screenshot. I have timestamps. I have records. Don't you take this from me. I can screenshot it too. I can ban you.
Are you stupid enough to mess with me?
Ha! Kyler's got me. What's going on? Viper's trying to be faster than me and providing links. This is like the third time this has happened in about a week. And he's just too slow. He's just too slow. It's honestly a skill issue.
Link.
You can make a new account. But Twitch ban evasion. No. What can I say? Let others finish first. Wholesome.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
Ow. Sir?
Guess you ain't as bad as you smell. A healing potion.
Isn't life just a big skill issue? Sometimes you just don't have as good a damage formula with the randomly assigned class you start with. So that's part of it. Last Rites killing other stuff while also killing the statue. It's so nice. Last Rites is sick.
Falcon's Fury.
Was defo assigned as a non-FTS dot Stabomancer from birth. The struggle is real. Pain. This degree looks fancy, but I'm still unemployed, just peacocking like the Stabo tree. Pain. You okay, Viper? You good? You good, buddy? Good.
Enemy in my sight.
There's a plane going by very close.
Tastes like green butt light, you know what I mean?
Oh. I'm trying to do this without having to use my action skill, which is just causing me more problems. I should just use my fucking action skill. Because I normally switch to Blizzard here, so that I can have action skill active in chance without getting the damage penalty from the shadows. But ultimately I'm causing more work for myself by trying to do less. It's fine. On feels coming through. Everything's fine. It's all fine.
Unleash hell.
Oh, hello! This is my monster. I named him Bark.
I forgot.
And now he's gonna eat you.
Soaked again. You know what? We're just doing it anyway. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Ludite being dumb showcase. Ready? We'll just burn through soaked. It's fine. It's fine.
Trouble.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. Just, man, it's weird. How much you're gonna die when you think about it.
Blast. Always wanted to see.
Oh, no.
Yes, I made this fight take an extra 2 or 3 minutes because I was too lazy to menu. You gotta work harder to work less hard.
Easy mark. That one. What's it?
Kaboom, sucker!
Wings of death.
Remember, when you work hard, you work hard. Yes. That's just good advice. Okay, stand still this time. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's that having your damage still clap in his cheeks. You're absolutely correct on Axis. Yes. Mission Blizzard for Ass Enchant does last longer, do more damage than Ghostblade ASA stuff. I use Blizzard in this setup specifically so I can have ASA enchants because it is, you know, good. Also, it deals ability damage, which lets it apply Wrath of Nature. Ghostblade just sucks, so... I mean, it's better than it was, but, like, it doesn't do anything here, whereas Blizzard does. Pretty much it. Oh, hey, I walked directly into a bunny. So funny enough, Maker is one of the easiest bosses in the game to melee.
Girl, I just saw you cross the and I was wondering, did I set you on fire? We've been forced for it. I had a quit.
I need to kill the Void Bunnies for healing to get my enchantment back. Actually, I guess they don't count for that. So yeah, I've done this whole fight basically missing out on one of my biggest sources of damage because I took an early hit and never recovered. It's fine. She rolled a 1. Shouldn't she have died? 1 just does some damage. It doesn't kill her. It does damage. So it still goes through damage formula. I don't know why I ran around to pick those up. I guess I wanted to hear the sound. Ghostblade lasts pretty long, so I wasn't sure why Blizzard. Well, I don't want it to last that long either, Dex, because if I have another fight after Gloop, I want to switch back to another action skill. So there's just every possible reason to want Blizzard over Ghostblade. What do I roll here? Melee? Yeah, melee. I want primordial melee weapons. Primordial Fish would be nice. I want to try that out on the dot build, even though I'm still firmly in Camp Snake Stick. Primordial Banshee for, like, actual melee stuff. Volatile Mage Staff. I want that. No, I picked that up just because it was cool. Don't need that. Don't need that either. Kinda sad that you can't get cryo or poison racks. They're only fire, dark magic, and lightning. Sad. Permanent Banshee if you want to trade. I appreciate the offer, Felix, but no thank you. I'd rather just, you know, get it. Gives me something to work towards, you know? You ever notice this thing shoots out, like, actual dynamite? It's just arrows with dynamite. Ancient Amp Twin Soul. Can't make use of that? Not really. Will Torgos do that? Yeah, just, it's one of those little details. Taking a look at the actual physical projectiles of things is not something a lot of people take time to do. It's in the same vein as how I pointed out a couple streams ago, these Spectral Talons, each of the elements has a different pitch, different sound. Just cool little details. A lot of attention to detail with identity of things in this game. I like that a lot. Very dry spell on this run, though. Ah. What are you? Nope. Let's go spells. Guess this is where the luck was. Tidebreaker with spell charge, yes. ×2 reviver. I love seeing these. I need to make a reviver build, just like Ambihex with 2 revivers. Because you could go Sever the Thread, and you could run 2 revivers, each with 2 charges and an extra projectile. And then just boom, 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 Sever the Thread. Yeah, I'm gonna pick that up. Yeah, I'm gonna put that together. That sounds like a good time. I wants it, so I'm gonna do it. Do you want a mushroom with that? Oh, you mean for the revive part? No, you can just kill with it, Swag. Like, it's an Arc Torrent. It just does damage. If you use it on an enemy, it does damage instead of healing them. So, no, I'm just gonna kill with it. Hey, Raven General. How you doing? Felicia, good to see you. Hope you're well. But you can revive yourself? Can you? You forgot the Buffmeister. With the mushroom. What, does it arc from the mushroom to you if you're down? No, then I'm not understanding. Yeah, as far as I know, you can't revive yourself with it. You can revive the mushroom, which can revive you type of deal. Oh, yeah, that's the same reason I carried a res on Flak in Borderlands 3, because you could do that kind of stuff. But no, it's not hard to get up in this game. I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it. Let's do a normal one. Normal run. I want to get some other bosses we can try some of this stuff out against. Like, I haven't done Heckwaiter versus Drill, I don't think. Let me get my actual loadout equipped again. Yeah, I haven't tried the setup against a few bosses, so we'll see what happens. Is this health bug, or am I just cracked? I can't tell. It's just skeletons, so I can't tell. It's the fucking fuse lighter, so I can't get close to melee. No, that's normal damage. Okay. No damage bug, I'm just goated. Last Strikes is just that sick. I'm just that good. You are that good, Felicia. You tell them. I think you're that good. So is this one of the ones where I can just, like, walk in a straight line? Yeah, neat. See, Why can't we get gloop lineups like this? Instead, we get the cursed one where you gotta take it around 3 fucking corners. Not fully awake or compliments will work on me. So you're saying I should continue. Gotcha.
I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Even at reduced price, these bank SCUs aren't a joke. Yeah, fortunately, with the bank ones, you only gotta go through them this one time, and then you'll be set. Oh, we had Butt Silent Statue, and we had those. That's unlucky. Yeah, maybe I do start that playthrough tomorrow so that I can hopefully get to endgame and get some of the STUs before the price reduction ends. That would be good. Also, increased Crest Reward chance in the vending machines on the playthrough would be really nice because I can do the last rites quest to get it and then just get another one as I climb chaos levels. Yeah, I think we'll do a playthrough tomorrow, chat. I'm thinking Clawbringer. So we can build into a gun Clawbringer in endgame. Or do I do the Giga Chad 44-point Berserker? You guys tell me. Clawbringer gun build, or do you want to see a character where I can only put skill points in Berserker tree? Here we get the Heckwaiter again. Is that the band one? Like the band is in music.
C for effort. C minus.
I want to see Clawbringer playthrough. I've been waiting to see it. See how it'll play. Berserker gets my vote. Anyone else got any input? Otherwise, I'll just decide like 5 minutes before stream. As I decide most things that way. I was right food and still typo. It's okay, Kyler, you tried. Gold star. Need a fire build? Why? Like, there's no real reason to do that. Like, Soaked is a mechanic that inherently weakens fire. In terms of fire-locked weapons, there's, like, less reason to do so. And committing to an element just for the sake of doing it is kind of like... Usually you want to commit to an element for an interaction that falls under that element's, like, umbrella, right? Though we don't know if we get mechanics similar to Soaked as the game goes on for like different element combos. I've seen an idea pitched of them doing an oiled mechanic where enemies take more from fire while oiled. Like more fire and what would the other one be? I guess poison. And less from cryo. Something like that. Make sure to oil chum for extra hot time. Yeah, you gotta oil so you can chum easier. .44 Stabbo with only white gear. Still get from the shadows, so still easy game. Fire water and spicy water. Yeah, shrapnel. Poison ivy and stuff uses oil to get you, so like maybe it has a higher chance to do dot an oil enemy. I don't know. That's creative. I like it. Talk about the bodybuilder rubbing baby oil type of oil or the not showering type of greasy. I was thinking like motor oil, but I know where your head's at. Noted.
That's where you little rock blossom. Tiny style. That's for making me look at you.
It's all because of Skagden nostalgia. I feel you, Wolf Booty. I feel you. There's good fire stuff, but there's not really a reason to full commit to fire. Like, Body Rune happens to be fire. Heckwaiter happens to be fire. Half of Clawbringer Capstone happens to be fire. Clawbringer happens to have a bunch of other fire stuff. Like, there's fire things, but there's not really a reason to do fire, except if you happen to be using those things. We didn't start the fire. That was music in my head. God damn it. Well, speaking of music, you guys hear the new, I don't know if any of you listen to this genre, but new Kendrick Lamar song kinda slaps. I mean, it's Kendrick Lamar, of course it does, but... Oh no, buddy. Oh no, buddy. Really need to save good farm for a good last rites when I can play again on weekend. Great gun. Great gun. Does Monster Sturm drop the amalgam? I don't know off the top of my head, Sinju. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? It's the last rites trigger blast guys, what are those frost explosions? You might see my Cape of Tides triggering from time to time. It's not really doing damage, just applying the effect. But Last Rites itself, the projectiles are splash. Dynaxis. So, how are we gonna bully Chums, chat? Do we Heckwaiter him? I feel like we Heckwaiter him. Let's Heckwaiter Chums. Give him a fighting chance. Doing fine, thanks. Hope you are too. Doing great. Okay, I've been meaning to ask, do you have any Corsair peripherals for your PC? If not, you know this game has IQ integration. It's so cool. I don't have any Corsair stuff. Years ago, I used Corsair headsets for a while. I think it was Corsair. I had a Corsair something. But no, I don't have any Corsair stuff. Alright, Chums. Look at him. He's taking bullets. He's doing it. He's really doing it.
I could get used to this.
Look at the little guy.
Wings of death.
Okay, so let's go back to sleep. It's also really confused where you were. Yeah, it took him a while to catch on. Feels fucking bad, man. I'm sorry, chums. That was just rude. What's the practical difference between Sword Explosion and Sticky Impact? Lots and lots of damage. Lots. Like, all of the damage, perhaps. Also, Sticky Mode has a faster fire rate. This area is pretty. So wait, if Chump's like locked away and stuff, there's a lighthouse. That implies that there's someone over there. I don't know, I'm overthinking. Oh, let's go Sticky then? Yeah. Fire dot lasts 5 seconds versus lightning 2 seconds. Cryo, poison, dark doesn't say. Would a longer dot duration be benefit for something? Dot builds are a thing in this game, Evelyn. Longer dot duration allows you to do more damage while not engaging with that target. Call him Chumbolito, Lord of Chumbopolis. Or Gloop.
The storm takes flight. See what happened?
Gloop. Nope. Gloop's targeting is, call it interesting. Yeah, interesting would be the word. He's trying. One day. That'd be more beneficial in your mind to use fire, would still choose something else. Still choose something else, because, like, dot builds currently, the element of choice for maximizing consistency and some high peaking dot mechanics, such as Contagion, you're looking at fires, like, on the lower end. So, Soaked will allow Frost or Lightning to start at a higher peak. Some of the higher hits you can start a chain with, such as Clawbringer Hammer Throw with Alchemical Agent. You get the Alchemical dot, but you also get the base hit being Lightning, means you want to go with that. Pandemicium tech promotes poison, Plate Mail tech promotes dark magic. Like, there's no real case for fire over other dots, except for inflammation, I suppose. Maybe if you're doing an inflammation dot build, but there's not really much of a case for it. First instinct was Gloob seemed more of a she-they. Gloob's definitely, you know, a genderless, formless blob. Mace Wardu with Turtle, yes. I want to do some Mace Wardu stuff. That could be pretty good. What happened to it? What do you mean? What do we call beast and shit? Yeah, you just called it. A lot of lethal catches today. Not a lot of Shark's Banes. Is that double spell radius? I think that's... Yeah, I think that's double. Which one of those is double? No, there's no way Assault Rifle mag size is 21% in one roll. It's good enough passes on that I wanted, though. How am I making room? I'm a hoarder. I have a problem. Okay, cool. When do you expect the next Chaos Increase, next DLC? It's a good question, Pericles. I certainly hope it's not the next DLC. But intellectually, I expect it probably would be. So, my heart is telling me hopefully after DLC 2. My brain is telling me DLC 2. How many mules you up to? Like 12, something like that. A lot. We have a release date for next DLC? No, we do not. We do not. So yeah, last rites. We stand. We stand. We did a few maker runs today. Tomorrow I think I'm gonna do a... I'm gonna start a playthrough. Deciding between a Berserker, where I can only put skill points into Berserker tree. We'll figure out whether or not I take a second class at all for class feat with that kind of setup. But I'm deciding between 44-point Berserker and just a gun Clawbringer. Leaning Berserker. Leaning Berserker. Say I've ever missed me yet? I actually don't. I don't. I mean, aside from, you know, for testing things, but there's other ways to go about that. Stabo feed's bad enough? Yeah, it is. This current DLC is still not technically fully out yet. What do you mean? Because we haven't gotten the final form of Chums yet. That's not until this Thursday. But yeah. I think I'm gonna call it a little bit early today. But I started a little bit early too. So, tomorrow, new playthrough. I'm still deciding what. I hope to see you guys around for that. Start 9-ish a.m. tomorrow. Let's find somewhere to raid. But another great stream. Thank you guys for enduring all of my quest reward blabbering. I just love the weapon design in this game. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Epic's on. He's working on some Claw Spore stuff. Lazy's farming some primordials. K6 is probably not going for much longer, but he's enjoying some Clawbringer. You know, we don't raid Epic often. Let's do that. Let's head over there. He's working on a Claw Spore build, and that's a class combo that requires a lot of gear to get value out of, and there's some very unique stuff. So I'm curious to see what he's working on there. I'm sure it'll be something interesting. Yeah, copy what Kyler said for the raid message. Do that. Beloved Last Rites. What quest is that from? This is from 20,000 Years Under the Sea. It's in Wargtooth Shallows. You lay a couple ghosts to rest. Really good gun. I'm going to be looking for this on the playthrough we start tomorrow. Hopefully we get there at a reasonable time. But thank you guys again. Copy that raid message. Let's spam it. Let's give Epic some love. I appreciate you. I'll catch you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
I just don't know what to... I think